Take it away.
Good evening. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Ross Town Council Thursday, January 13, 2022. The first item of business is the roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Breckus
Here.
and Councilmember Kircher,
Here.
Councilmember Cool,
Here.
Councilmember McMillan,
Here.
and Mayor Robbins.
Here.
Okay.
The second item is the posting of the agenda. Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, it has.
And are there any changes requested to the order of items for the agenda?
I have a request to move up our Branson item as early as you think appropriate.
So that it's in the public hearing on planning projects, but we could move it up to the beginning of the administrative agenda. So that'll be after the consent agenda. So with that change, we will move on with the rest of our agenda. Item number 3 are the minutes. Were there any changes or edits to the minutes, Linda, or can we approve them?
I didn't hear from anyone.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to
Move.
approve.
Okay, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
and Mayor Robbins.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4 is employee appreciation and recognition of town employees. Maintenance Supervisor Anthony Alcazar, 5 years, and Public Works Director, Town Engineer Richard Simonich. Town Manager Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's my pleasure to recognize 2 of the town's 3 employees that have served the community for 5 years now. The first is Public Works Maintenance Supervisor Anthony Alcazar. He joined the Town of Ross Public Works Department in 2016 as a maintenance worker. He was promoted to senior maintenance worker 3 years later, and then promoted again to maintenance supervisor. He oversees and contributes to the maintenance of our public facilities and landscaping throughout the town, including roadway medians and park facilities, as well as maintenance of the town's municipal storm drain system. He represents Ross at the monthly Marin County Stormwater Pollution Prevention Program staff meetings, and he also coordinates and oversees a creek cleanup yearly. He reviews all of our tree permit applications for compliance with the town's tree ordinance and works closely with the town arborists to ensure that the municipal code is being met during tree removals and alterations. Anthony prides himself on being a lifelong learner and continues to increase his knowledge on all things public works by taking classes with the Maintenance Supervisor Association. When he's not working, Anthony enjoys hiking with his family, barbecuing with friends, and coaching youth basketball. During my brief tenure here, I've been fortunate to be the recipient of or a witness to Anthony's excellent customer service skills. So thank you for your service, Anthony. We hope you'll be here for many, many more years. Our second employee receiving well-earned recognition this evening is our Public Works Director, Rich Simonich. Rich joined the Town of Ross in 2016 as the Director of Public Works and Town Engineer. He's responsible for the development of and annual implementation of the town's important capital improvement program, including the coordination of the design, bidding, management, and inspection of all of those capital projects. He's responsible for the technical review and issuance of all encroachment permits for construction within the town maintained right-of-ways and inspects the pavement and surface restoration at the completion of the work. These are all the things that are so important to keeping our town a wonderful place to live. He reviews all of the building and planning permit applications for compliance with grading, drainage, stormwater pollution control, land surveying, and all the construction within the FEMA floodplain for compliance with all of those federal, state, local ordinances. He is the town's community rating service coordinator for FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program and has been the project lead in the implementation, development, and maintenance of the town's permit tracking and online permitting software, which we know our residents enjoy using and using from home. In his spare time, Richard enjoys traveling, playing guitar, and flying in his experimental light sport aircraft.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Several of my colleagues who are experienced city managers and public works directors in Northern California have commented to me about Rich's excellent reputation in his field. And I particularly appreciate Rich's can-do attitude and his willingness to wear all those different hats required of a public works director in a small, vibrant town such as Ross. So thank you, Rich, for all your service. And we hope that you too will be here for many more years. We do have a third employee, recreation manager, Gretchen Kassitz, who is on leave today. And I look forward to the opportunity to say a few words about Gretchen during your next council meeting on February 10th. So thanks again to Richard and Anthony for your significant efforts throughout the year to maintain and enhance the quality of life in Ross. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Richard and Anthony. The town wouldn't function without you. We are indebted to you. Thank you. Item 5 is the open time for public expression. This is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda. The council can't have a discussion about these items because they're not on the agenda. Linda, are there any speakers who would like to speak during the open time for public expression?
I'm looking through the list. I don't see any raised hands, Mayor.
All right, then let's move on to the mayor's report. Last March, Branson filed an application to amend condition number 1 of its use permit to increase the school's enrollment from 320 to 420 students. This followed voter approval of Measure F in March 2020, which, subject to the approval of a use permit by the town council, allowed a total student enrollment of up to 420 students. The council will begin discussing the application and use permit at the meeting tonight. The town requires use permits for non-residential use of property in residential neighborhoods. Branson's current use permit dates from 1978, when Branson, which started as a small girls' boarding school, transitioned to an enrollment of 320 students. The use permit established conditions to ensure that the school's impact on the town didn't increase from 1978. Conditions included limiting the use of the athletic facilities to the number of events held in 1978, prohibiting special events for those unaffiliated with the school, and limiting the number of campus buildings and parking. An outside consultant and the town planner have been reviewing Branson's application and its traffic management plan. A key point is whether the traffic plan is adequate to keep traffic net neutral, as Branson has promised. In addition, the consultant and planner have suggested amendments to some of the conditions in the existing use permit. The town council will be reviewing Branson's application to increase enrollment from 320 to 420 students, the traffic plan intended to keep traffic net neutral, and the 1970 use permit and suggested amendments from the planner and from Branson. The council is interested in community input in these discussions. Branson has asked for a decision about their application in time for the 2022 application cycle. The council will make every effort to accommodate this request. The council is able to hold additional meetings as needed during the upcoming weeks. Some Ross residents have expressed a desire for Branson to be allowed to increase its enrollment. At the same time, others have expressed concerns about increased traffic and noise. The council will strive to adopt a use permit that respects the needs and concerns of all. Item number 7 is the council committee and liaison reports. Let's see, are there any committee or liaison reports? Councilmember Kircher.
Just very briefly, I attended the most recent MCE Clean Energy meeting. Very interesting meeting. There's quite a bit going on in the power markets. PG&E in particular is having to pay quite a bit more for power generation and is increasing its rates. So the subject before MCE was since MCE's costs have increased a bit, should MCE also increase its rates? And the decision was a very modest, I would say relatively small increase in the MCE rate. But it compares quite favorably now to PG&E's rates.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
I wanted to announce that last night, our Mayor Pro Tem Beach Cool was nominated to be president of the Fire Board.
Wow. Congratulations, Beach.
Congratulations.
We hope it's a job you sought. Any other council committee or liaison reports? Then we move to staff and community reports, starting with Krista Johnson, Town Manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a few updates and announcements for you this evening. A couple of them I sent to you last week, but Mayor Pro Tem Cool had suggested I provide them also so that the public could benefit. The first is just an update on the West Ross Undergrounding and Assessment District project. This project has entered the design phase, and PG&E's project team began its lengthy process of developing an undergrounding design, which will then be provided to the town's consultant to prepare final construction plans. If you recall, a draft of the assessment district's engineers report was developed in mid-2021 and reviewed by town staff and bond counsel. That draft report, coupled with the final construction plans, will be presented to the town council probably sometime in early 2024 for approval, and the project will be advertised for bid. The approval of the final engineer's report and balloting for the formation of the assessment district will be approximately 2 months after the town opens the bids. Assuming the ballot measure passes, construction would start sometime in the fall of 2024. So it's still 2 years out. Another update on the Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project. This is the project which proposes to remove the fish ladder and regrade the earth channel downstream of the Lagunitas Bridge, and will include bank and channel bed stabilization elements. So the project is going to ADR on January 18th, that's next week, and to the town council for design review at your February 10th, 2022 meeting. Pending approval from your design review, the county will prepare detailed plans and submit for a building permit by this coming summer, 2022. The county's goal is to begin construction by the fall of this year, soon after the nesting season ends. In regard to the EV charging stations in the post office parking lot, staff met with the contractor last week, who will be installing those 3 EV charging heads. The timing really depends on the delivery of the charging equipment. The stations will be purchased this month, but they may not get here until April. Therefore, the likely time of completion is May, maybe June, but so late spring timeframe. In the area of recreation, our winter season began the last week, which includes basketball for K through 4th grade, hip hop, yoga, chess, science, Lego, and much more. Almost all of the classes are full. Any of the classes that still have openings will be described in tomorrow morning's morning after newsletter. The majority of the classes will be held outdoors, weather permitting, in response to the surge in COVID cases. And then I have some good news and I have some sad news. And I'm going to start with the good news. So the good news is that this week, the California Department of Park and Recreation informed the town that its application for Prop 68 funding has been accepted. Yay! Over the past several months, town staff has worked with the council and the community stakeholders to develop the Ross Common Landscape Improvement and Rehabilitation Plan. And through this Prop 68 funding program, the town has been granted $177,000 to go toward improvements that were identified in the plan. So the first phase of the work, which includes repair and reorientation of walking paths and refreshing the landscaping, is expected to begin in the late spring timeframe. So that's my good news. It's great to get grants, and congratulations to staff and the council for submitting that application and getting it awarded. And then lastly, my sad news. My sad news is that Planning and Building Director Patrick Streeter's last day with the town will be next Friday, boo-hoo, when he leaves to become the Community Development Director for the town of Windsor up in Sonoma County. He was hired at the start of the COVID lockdown in 2020, and that was a very challenging time to begin a new job as employees were sent home to work, and he had to work with his team to ultimately successfully figure out how to conduct town business remotely, and they did it very quickly. During his brief yet productive tenure in Ross, Patrick brought a number of planning projects before the council, modified zoning code and other administrative amendments, and oversaw the monthly advisory design review group meetings. His knowledge of planning is extensive, and many Ross residents benefited from his expertise and guidance, and really excellent customer service skills. I'd like to thank Patrick for his service and wish him the very best in his future endeavor. So thank you very much, Patrick. And yes, I'm sorry to end on sad news, but it's good news for Patrick and his family. I know it, but we'll miss you. And that is the end of my report. Thank you for the opportunity to give a report.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Patrick. Is there a representative from the Ross Property Owners Association to give a report?
There's many people on the list here. Mayor, are you aware of anyone who was going to speak?
Let me look at the participants. Okay, so attendees. All right, let's see. If you are a Ross RPOA member waiting to give a report, could you use the raise hand feature? And then we'll be able to see you and let you into the meeting. So I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Neither am I, Mayor.
Okay, then let's move on
Right.
to item 9, which is the consent agenda. Do any members of the council want to remove any of the items on the consent agenda off the consent agenda? Are there any members of the public who would like to move any items on the consent agenda off the consent agenda? Do you see any raised hands, Linda?
I don't, Mayor.
All right, then is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
And the consent agenda items A through G passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider agenda item 14, 39 Fernhill Avenue, Branson School Use Permit Amendment and Town Council consideration of adoption of resolution 2233. Just a few words. The Town Council and Ross residents have been looking forward to discussing Branson's application to increase its enrollment. Tonight is the very first time that the council and the community will be hearing the application. For the past year, the application has been discussed just by town staff with Branson. They've drafted a resolution for an enrollment increase along with some amendments to the use permit. This will be the starting point for our discussion tonight. First, the consultant and staff will present the project. Next, Council members will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff. Then the applicant, Branson, will have 15 minutes to discuss its project. Then there will be an opportunity for comments from members of the public. Then Branson will have 5 more minutes for any additional comments. Then the council will discuss the project. Once the council begins its discussion, there won't be further opportunities for input from the public or from the applicant. And one additional point, council members are acting in their adjudicatory capacity and as such are required to disclose at this time any ex parte communications that included information you may have received from the applicant that is not otherwise part of the record. So if there are any ex parte communications to disclose, do so now. Otherwise, we'll turn this over to Patrick. Councilmember Kircher.
I wanted to disclose that back in November, I did go to Branson as what I consider to be sort of a site visit, but also spoke with Claudia Lewis and Chris Mazzola. I don't think I got any information that's not part of the record, but I did want to disclose that the discussion, to the extent there was a discussion, was more procedural. You know, when could this be heard? The school had some concern about being able to accommodate its incoming class next year and was anxious to have this heard, felt there were some more recent developments and was concerned that might put this back. I think that's probably generally known, but I did want to disclose that.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far back you want to go. I mean, I probably have had 6 meetings over the years since I've been on council with heads of school, including the head of school Price, going back when I first joined the council. So I have had a number of discussions. Nothing really recently. The most in anticipation of this, I was asked to meet with them and thought maybe I should not, just because they had a pending application. But my last conversation, I think, was before the election. And at that time, I did meet with Claudia and Chris, who talked about this application that they were planning at that point in time, and also an interest in demoing and redoing the theater was brought up. That is not part of this discussion, so I thought I should mention that. And so I think that mostly what is encompassed in this is something I've talked about. And I'm sure as I go along in the comments section, I'll raise some additional things that were discussed, but I think that's what I remember right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cool.
Over the years since this became an election issue, I have had a couple of meetings with Claudia and Chris, essentially about the process rather than about the specifics of the of what's good or bad about what they're asking us to do. I've also had a couple of discussions with Greg Tusher, who I think is one of the members of the group that is sponsoring what they're seeking tonight. Again, I've in both those conversations, I cautioned him that I didn't want to talk about the merits, but I was willing to talk about the process. Frank, the conversations mostly, or maybe not mostly, but one of the issues in the conversations was his concern that it was taking so long to get action on it. And frankly, I didn't try and explain any of it to him at all. I don't think that in any of it, well, and I have a number of friends, as I'm sure we all do, who live near Branson or are somehow related to Branson and have talked to me in some form about the application, but I've told them I'm not going to discuss the merits with them. So I don't, it's hard to remember, but I don't think I have received any information in any of those contacts other than that which is on the public record in front of us going into tonight's discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan.
Thank you. My experience tracks with what Elizabeth Breckus just said. And I recall meeting with Chris Mazzola, I think very shortly after I was appointed to the council. And I have met with Chris and Claudia over time as well. And the substance of those conversations is pretty identical to what Elizabeth Breckus characterized, including the need to evaluate whether they should redo their theater, which did not have capacity, I seem to recall, for housing the current students at the school.
Thank you. I guess I haven't had really conversations, but have participated in community meetings. At one in many months ago, I have the early draft of the traffic management plan. I don't think that was part of this record, but the final draft seems to follow pretty closely. I think that's the only document and information that isn't part of this record that I've been given. And again, that was handed out at an open community meeting. Fine, so let's move on. Patrick Streeter, Town Planner, will start the presentation of this item.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And yes, I will acknowledge this is my my last meeting. So thank you, Ms. Johnson, for those kind words. And it really has been a pleasure being a part of this community and working alongside this council. I'm really proud of all that we've accomplished in my short time with the town. So it definitely will stay a true piece of my heart. And while it is melancholy that I'm going, I'm also in a celebratory mood because I do think we've accomplished great things working together. So I'm very thankful for that. So moving on to the item, I will share my screen. The item before you is the consideration of a use permit amendment for the Branson School to increase their allowed enrollment from 320 to 420 students. I am joined for this presentation by Meredith Rupp of Urban Planning Partners. She has worked alongside town staff in preparing this item to go before you. So I'll introduce it and then I will hand it off to Meredith. So the format, as you already went over, Mayor, is just, I'll quickly repeat, we have the ex parte disclosures. We'll give our staff presentation now. That'll be followed by questions from the council to staff. We're also joined by our traffic consultants that were brought in to peer review the documents provided by the applicant. Following questions from the council, we'll provide the applicant a chance to present to the council and address any questions that may have come up that staff couldn't answer. They'll have 15 minutes for that. That will be followed by the public hearing portion of the evening. And when that concludes, we'll hand it back to the applicant, who will have 5 minutes to respond. And then, as was pointed out earlier, the conversation the discussion will move back to the council. So with that, I will hand it over to Meredith to give some background and summary of the review of this project.
Thanks, Patrick. We are here tonight because the council is being asked to consider adopting a resolution that would do three things. First, it would find this project exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines section 15314. Secondly, it would approve a use permit amendment to increase the maximum student enrollment at the Branson School from 320 to 420 students. And finally, it would impose amended and restated conditions of approval. Next slide, please. The property in question is, of course, the Branson School. It's in the B1 R1 B20 zoning district, has a lot size of approximately 16.25 acres. And there are no physical expansions or changes to the existing campus being proposed with this application. Next slide. Just a brief history. The mayor walked us through some of this, but the Branson School started as the Catherine Branson School, KBS, as a girls' school in 1920. In 1972, the Mount Tamalpais School for Boys also joined the campus. In 1976, the two schools applied for a use permit and master plan to allow the renovation and rehabilitation of the campus. And this led to two different initiatives being placed before the Ross voters. Measure C would have capped enrollment at 264 students, while Measure D would have capped it at 320. In 1978, the larger enrollment passed Measure D, and a use permit was subsequently approved by the town council with resolution number 1042. And to this day, that's the resolution that the school is operating under. Between 1978 and now, there have been a variety of land use entitlements approved to allow for activities, renovation, and new construction on the existing campus. And in 2020, ballot measure F passed, which allows the schools in residential R1 districts to enroll up to 420 students, which has created the policy environment for the project before us today. Next slide. And that project is an increased enrollment of 100 students at the Branson School. It would be phased over 4 years, so 25 students each year. The school would also incrementally increase their staffing by up to 16 employees to account for this larger student body. It's very important to note that this implementation of a transportation demand management plan, TDMP, would also be considered part of this project. And that TDMP seeks to keep traffic at the same levels that it is now. And finally, I'll reiterate that there are no physical changes proposed, and there would not be any changes in the hours of operation either. Since receiving the applicant's application, there have been lots of things going on. We've had the transportation analysis peer reviewed by WTrans, and that's led to rounds of revision and additional analysis being conducted. We also worked with school architects, K2A architects, to confirm the school's school capacity analysis. We've done research to try to establish the 1978 event levels and compare those to the current baseline number of events. Patrick and myself also attended a community meeting last November to hear directly from community members about their concerns and thoughts. And finally, we've been looking at the 1978 use permit conditions and trying to revise them for clarity and applicability to this project. There have been lots of public comments coming in. As you all know, they've been in favor and in opposition of the project, the enrollment increase. Comments in favor mentioned the long history the Branson School has with the town, their perception that the school wants to be and has been a good neighbor, the community benefits it brings, and that the ballot measure reflects the will of the people. Comments in opposition have brought up traffic and parking impacts, concern about the lack of credibility with the school, the effect on town resources, and also noise impacts. And so now we'll go into the discussion. All of this is in your staff report in more detail, and we can answer questions. So I'll keep this part at a higher level. But the first main issue is, of course, the school capacity. Based on our analysis and working with the school architects I mentioned, we were able to confirm that the school does have adequate capacity to accommodate 420 students without any expansion or rehab. Looking at noise, we did find, based on Branson's projections, that there would be increased attendance at some school events, but there would not be increased frequency of events. Amplified sound is currently prohibited in connection with athletic events. That's prohibited by the conditions of approval from 1978, and that prohibition would continue. Another issue is the use of athletic facilities. And so you see here before you a very long condition of approval from the 1978 use permit. And it's lacking really objective criteria, which makes it hard to enforce and interpret. Instead, it refers to the amounts of events prior to 1978, and it's not totally clear who that limitation applies to. Is it to all teams? Is it just to the outside teams? And it's the placement of that semicolon that really has been confusing us. And we all agree that something can be done to make this condition a little bit better to all parties involved. Nonetheless, we did look through old yearbooks and records and tried to find the level of athletic events in 1977. And based on the limited information that we had, the school is using their athletic facilities more today than they were in 1977. There's also a condition, number 12, about how often outside organizations may use the athletic facilities. And currently that's limited to just the town's permission. You'll see suggested modifications to that. Next slide. And then of course, traffic transportation is the bulk of the rest of this presentation. Parisi Transportation Consulting prepared the TDMP and the town had it peer reviewed by W-Trans. The transportation analysis found that the TDMP measures would achieve net neutral traffic and actually may result in a net reduction of trips by nearly 100 daily trips compared to current conditions. We also had a level of service analysis done to look at vehicle delay with the enrollment increase. And this is based on Ross General Plan Policy 7.2. And we also found that average vehicular delay would still be in compliance in the event of the enrollment increase. The TDM would achieve net neutral trip traffic by the 6 strategies you see here. The one that is most impactful is increasing remote drop-off and pickup, since each individual drop-off and pickup results in 2 trips for the arrival and the departure. And so a lot of the resources put in that one would have the biggest impact, increasing shuttle use instead and bus service. Of course, these 6 strategies are only helpful if they actually work. And so there's a very robust monitoring program included in the TDMP. And this would allow the town and the school to make sure that trips really are effectively capped at the current 320 student enrollment levels. A little bit more on the monitoring, it would be twice a year for 2-week periods, and it would be conducted by a neutral third party. If that monitoring shows that Branson is out of compliance, there would be a 60-day cure period for them to make adjustments and come into compliance. After the 60 days, a 7-day monitoring period would occur. When determining what compliance means, we looked at the average daily trips that vehicle counts showed us. So the current Monday through Friday average daily is 860. And to account for the fact that traffic counting is not a perfect science, there is a half standard deviation proposed that would allow up to 912 trips before being considered out of compliance. Same thing for the weekends. The current average is 346 trips. Here, the buffer is a little higher to 398 considered for compliance, given the nature of a lot of non-school events potentially happening on weekends that could make the results different. And finally, monitoring would occur indefinitely unless deferred, reduced, or terminated by the town council. There would be penalties if the school is not able to cure their violations. If the violations happen during the first 4 years when enrollment is planned, then the enrollment of the next 25 group of students would be frozen until the school is able to go for 1 year without any uncured violations. There would also be financial penalties. So for the first or second violation, no matter when it occurs, it would be a $50,000 fine payable to the town. Third or fourth violations would be $100,000. And on the 5th violation, the school would be subject to a rollback of enrollment of students. This would be determined with a hearing with the town council, and the actual rollback would be dependent on the actual magnitude of the violation. So if it was just, they were over the threshold by 2 trips, maybe it's just an enrollment decrease of 1 student. And finally, penalties and enrollment rollbacks would be appealable to the town council at a public hearing. Next slide. We also looked at VMT, given new state legislation regarding the CEQA threshold for transportation. VMT, you probably all know, but it's vehicle trips and their associated travel distances. So land uses that generate or attract vehicle trips from far away have higher VMTs, whereas land uses that attract local trips or non-driving trips generate lower VMT. You can see here that we found, the traffic analysis found that with implementation of the TDM, the actual per capita daily VMT would decrease from 13.2 under existing conditions to 10.2. And this really showed us that the school have VMT impacts related to unusual circumstances. And finally, emergency access and safety were analyzed by Parisi after the W-Trans peer review. And it was found the enrollment increase would not affect emergency response times on Ross roadways. And really the crux of this is the net neutral traffic. The vehicular traffic levels to and from the main campus aren't changing, then the capacity and emergency response would not be changing. We found the project to be exempt from CEQA due to the Class 14 CEQA exemption. This exempts minor additions to existing schools within existing school grounds where the addition does not increase original school capacity by more than 25% or 10 classrooms, whichever is less. Now, on first blush, this might seem a little conflicting, but the case law shows that this exemption applies to enrollment increases as well as projects with physical changes. The other kind of confusing part is that the 100 student increase would be greater than 25% of the current student body. But in this context, the legal context, original student capacity actually means the school's pre-existing physical ability to house students. And so given our analysis that the school does have capacity to accommodate 420 students, it is not a 25% increase over that. And there is substantial evidence telling us this. So this all supported the Class 14 CEQA determination. Finally, none of the exceptions to the exemptions found in section 15300.2 applied in this situation. And so back to what we're considering tonight. The applicant has asked to amend condition number 1 of the 1978 use permit conditions to allow, instead of 320, 420 students. Next slide. When considering this request, the Ross Municipal Code says we must look to make sure that there would not be detrimental health, safety, morals, comfort, convenience, or general welfare impacts on people residing or working in the neighborhood. And there cannot be any circumstances that would be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property improvements in the neighborhood. So it is with these findings in mind that we go to the next steps, and I'll pass it over to Patrick.
Meredith. So the council does have several options here for how it can act when we do bring the discussion back to the council. So we're looking to the council to weigh the merits of the application and the analysis done by staff, and then to make a motion. And so there are 3 primary motions that could be made. One is to deny the project. And that's if the council feels it's unable to make the findings necessary to approve a conditional use permit. A motion to continue would allow the project to come back either to another regularly scheduled meeting or to a special meeting. And that would give time for staff to do additional research, for council to discuss with the applicant or to discuss with staff. So it's kind of taking a step to before you make a final decision to gather more information and analysis. And the last option before you is a motion to approve. And so staff has provided a draft resolution with conditions of approval. So the council could choose to adopt that resolution as provided in draft form, or if there are modifications that the council would like to see, we can amend that draft resolution, and that can be part of the motion to approve. And I'll just go briefly through a few of the conditions of approval that staff has proposed to change from the original 1978 use permit. So this is a list of them. Condition 1, obviously the change in number of students that represents maximum enrollment. Condition 3 was previously about termination of the use permit if ownership of the school should change hands. We'd like to replace that with implementation of the traffic demand management plan. Condition 11 discusses use of the athletic facilities. Condition 12 talks about outside organizations' use of facilities. And condition 13 discusses the use of amplified sound. And so, and condition 16 is an indemnification that's a standard condition that we put on all projects now. And Branson, or the applicant, has reviewed these proposed conditions of approval and have their own proposal for conditions 11, 12, and 13. So I will quickly bring those to the council's attention. So condition 11, as Meredith noted earlier in the presentation, staff proposes to replace what's currently in the resolution of the use permit of a limited number of events based on what was occurring at the school in 1970 or before 1978, with what's the going standard for most use permits for schools, which is regulating by hours of operation. So this would restrict the times of day and the times of year that the use of the facilities could take place. And the hours that are proposed here were based on staff reviewing current operations at the school versus the town's noise ordinance versus what would be likely expectations of a neighborhood surrounding a high school. But there's no reason that the council would have to, if the council wants to move with this format of condition, those numbers could certainly change. And the applicant has requested that for condition 11, the first subsection B, that instead of 6 p.m. During the summer, the use of the fields go until 7:30 p.m. And then also the staff draft condition had no use of the gym facilities on weekends during the summer. And the applicant would like to see that use be allowed. Condition 12 discusses outside organizations. Again, setting the limit by the time of year and the time of day. And the applicant has proposed that we eliminate the condition that the athletic facilities are not to be used by outside organizations during the summer. And lastly, regarding amplified sound, the draft condition that was given to the council in the staff report packet expands it gives more specificity on the use of sound amplifying equipment. And it also expands the restriction on sound to a limited number of specific events. And the school's recommendation would be, rather than name specific events, to limit the number of outdoor events that could have amplified sound. And it is worth noting that the condition as presented by staff restricts amplified sound for all events. It does not distinguish outdoor versus indoor. And the applicant would like to see it only be restricted to outdoor events and to allow amplified sound for indoor events without restriction. It's not without precedent in Ross to restrict amplified sound for both indoor and outdoor events. There's an existing use permit for the Lagunitas Club, which gives a certain number of events that can be held outdoors and a certain number of events that can be held indoors that utilize amplified sound. So in conclusion, the staff report did include staff's recommendation based on our technical analysis. If the council chooses to approve this project, staff feels that the council should be able to make all the findings necessary. But staff also presented proposed conditions of approval that we would like to hear the council's thoughts on, whether they're too restrictive, too permissive, whether the format is appropriate. As I mentioned, staff proposes to regulate events by time of day and time of year and frequency, but it's perfectly within the council's purview should you choose to use the original format, which is a specific number of events. For the benefit of my successors and then the planning departments of the future, I would ask that we give it a discrete number rather than a reference, because I think that's led to a lot of the confusion of today. But that is an option before the council. There's no need to use the format presented by staff or the specific details. And as I mentioned earlier, the council can choose to deny the project on its merits, to move to our continuance, or to adopt a resolution of approval, and that can be as presented by staff or as amended by the council. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. And now we are at the phase where council members can ask questions of town staff. So do any of the council members have questions for town staff? Councilmember McMillan.
Well, I have a lot of questions. I'm not sure if you want each of us to ask one question and then go on, or if you want me to just list all my questions.
Why don't you do one question at a time, get an answer, and then go on to your next question so that you can ask all your questions, but obviously get an answer one by one.
Okay, so my first question is, Patrick, I think it would be helpful to everyone in the public to have a brief description of all of the supplemental materials that the council has received since the staff report and the agenda were posted last Friday.
Yes, I agree. And I'll just preface it with all of these materials are posted on the on tonight's agenda website, on the town's website for tonight's agenda. So if any members of the public would like to go through them, they are there. And those materials included the peer review of the traffic demand management plan that was provided by the applicant, as well as the correspondence between staff and the applicant that resulted from that peer review to really refine that TDM document. In addition, and let me pull up my email just so that I don't miss anything here. In addition to that peer review document, it also included, the materials also included a summary list of all of the use permit amendments that have been granted by the town for the Branson School use permit since 1978. Those included primarily use of the school facilities for various events, parking, and one major use permit was for the construction of the student commons on the property. We also, staff also provided to the council the environmental impact report for the school's master plan that was done in 1977, as well as the final EIR that's attached to it. And the 1978 use permit relied on those environmental documents. We also provided the easily accessible digital versions of Branson's annual report. Condition 5 of the use permit is that the school report the number of enrolled students to the town every year in October. And so staff provided several of those reports primarily over the last decade, but there was one from 1994 that was provided. And I think there is, oh, and then in addition, there's been several documents of public comment that have been received by staff. Most of them have been sent to the council, but some have not. And so those were also provided to the council, and those have been uploaded to the website as well for public review. And that's all the materials that have been provided since the posting of the staff report last week.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMillan, did you have another, or Councilmember Breckus?
Thank you. I was just going to ask, the reporting of by Branson that was located didn't only just had the reporting, it didn't have the list of events. I'm assuming that's because you didn't have that as attachments to that list, or do you have that and that just wasn't added to it?
Several of the reports that were provided do have the events attached, but several of them, they're listed as an attachment in the letter, but we did not have that readily available when we put the package together.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Councilmember McMillan.
Yes, on the CEQA exemption, I understand why this project is exempt. But I'm wondering if perhaps Ben or his colleague could elaborate on why none of the exceptions apply, and also discuss the unusual circumstances in particular, as well as cumulative impact.
I'll let Mike Biddle, who's an attorney in our office, who's been assisting staff on this application, explain why the exemption doesn't apply.
Sure. Good morning, or excuse me, good evening, council. The exceptions to the exemptions are in 15300.2, and there are 6 of them. And we believe that objectively only one of them could necessarily come into play, and that would be an exception related to unusual circumstances. The other 5 are related to whether there's a sensitive environments, cumulative impacts, scenic highways, hazardous waste sites, and historical resources. The project location is not in a sensitive environment. It's not on a hazardous waste site, and it would not affect a historical resource or scenic highway. And so we believe objectively those exceptions would not apply. The school also does not have any pending projects beyond this project application that's before you. We're not aware of any other intended projects. And so we don't believe that the potential for cumulative impacts would also not be applicable. And so the only potential exception that we felt was potentially relevant was those related to unusual circumstances. Considering the fact of the location of the school is in a single-family neighborhood, which I should note is not necessarily in and of itself unusual. I think we can all point to many other communities where there are high schools and other schools that are in single-family zones, but it's really more related to the fact that you do have constrained narrow local streets, as well as the status of the school that attracts students from a sort of a regional attraction, as opposed to just most sort of public high schools that are drawing from the immediate area. And so our concern was to look at potential effects or impacts from VMT and traffic safety hazards or inadequate emergency access. And I believe, as Patrick and Meredith have pointed out, the project itself, the application itself includes the TDMP with the goal of making certain that there are measures implemented and throughout the operation of the school to make certain that that there aren't increases in traffic. And so as a result, so there's no net increase in vehicle trips as a result of the enrollment increase. And so there wouldn't be, based on the analysis that we have, any impacts to VMT, traffic safety, or emergency access, because we're looking at the incremental impacts from the increase in the enrollment, not what may be there existing. And I think that is obviously a point to keep in mind, is that we're not judging the application based on any sort of perceived issues at the site, but it's really about what effect does the increased enrollment from 320 to 320 to 420, what is that incremental increase? What's the effect of that on the environment? And so with the TDMP being a component of the project application, and its goal is to make sure that there are no net trips, new net trips. Therefore, there's no associated impacts on vehicle miles traveled, traffic safety, or emergency access.
Could I ask a question kind of to follow up on that? So if the condition 11 is changed as far as use of the athletic facilities, and it is changed to allow use anytime throughout the day in the weekends. So now there's probably not much happening on Sunday. If sports are scheduled on Sunday, does that trigger an increased use that triggers CEQA, or is that not relevant to this?
Well, I think we were looking at, I think initially we're looking at an application where we really didn't have a lot of the information regarding use of the facilities on days of the week. So if you look at condition 11, it refers to what was going on prior to 1978. And we don't really have that information, or did not. And so what we're really looking at is the impacts on trips. So we're looking at total number of trips based on an analysis that was done, or I should say trip counts that were done in 2016, 18 and 19, to come up with your average daily trips of 843 or 34, can't remember the exact number now. And then likewise, I believe it was Saturday, they refer to it as Saturday trips. But I mean, there's nothing specific in your existing conditions that say you can't use the facility on Sundays. So I think it'd be, I think that's part of the concern, is to say that suddenly that is a change.
I don't think the trips were counted for Sunday, correct? It was just Monday through Friday and Saturday? That's the data that-
Mayor, I can't speak definitively on that. I think your traffic consultants would have to. I interpreted the Saturday average as being sort of the average daily, the average trips for the weekend, and we just labeled them Saturday, but I could be mistaken.
We do have our traffic experts as panelists. So if someone from W-Trans would like to just chime in about the measuring of trips and whether there's a difference if it's the peak on Saturday versus a weekend average, we'd be open to that.
Yes, sorry, trying to master the controls here. The question being whether or not I just want to make sure we're clarifying this correctly, that is the question whether there's a differential between a Saturday and a Sunday vehicle trip, like in terms of how they're treated?
Well, in the TDM document that we've reviewed,
right,
are the counts based on weekend trips, or are they based on Saturday counts? And would that have an effect if if previously there was no events occurring on Sundays and now Sundays are allowed, but we don't have data that talks about that?
Got it. Okay. Well, in that case, then I will turn it actually over to my colleague, Daylene Whitlock, who is the traffic engineer here, to answer that question.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting us to participate tonight. Traditionally, if we're looking at a weekend, we're normally looking at Saturdays because of the fact that Sundays are much lower volume days. Sundays typically carry somewhere between 60 and 65% of traffic on a weekday. Saturdays typically carry less traffic than a weekday as well. So for most land uses, we don't even bother looking at weekends because of the fact that weekends are much less congested. Certainly Sir Francis Drake is very, very busy many days of the week, but the worst conditions are in the morning and the evening during commute. So, but if you're looking at an analysis and they're talking about, and if they evaluated Saturday volumes, but the events are going to be, or the functions are going to be on a Sunday, certainly from an analysis perspective, it's very conservative. Does that respond to the question adequately?
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Council member, McMillan, do you want to continue? And then Council member Breckus.
I was just going to follow up, Michael, about the cumulative impact. So there's no cumulative impact now, but were Branson to come forward with a building project in the future, that's the time when a cumulative impact exemption would apply to their exception. Is that right?
I mean, that's a potential. I mean, if they came forward on the heels of this with something else, that is a potential to say, hey, listen, you are coming forward now with a subsequent project, that same location, same type of, you look at the language in that statutory provision and see if it triggers it. And you might say, you know what, we need to look at the cumulative effects of not only the enrollment increase, but also the, whatever expansion is being proposed at that time.
Okay. And one other follow-up question. They're getting a 6% buffer above average of what the net neutral number would be for Monday through Friday as well as Saturday. In your mind, the 6% buffer does not trigger the exception?
No, I mean, that's what they are proposing in their TDMP, and I think staff has recommended the adoption of the TDMP. I know there's been a lot of discussion back and forth between town staff and Branson on that. So, but I don't think that necessarily changes the exemptions or the application of any exceptions to it. And certainly, as I just note, that is whether there is in fact an application of that 6% or whatever the figure might be, and that's merely to reflect. And I think the traffic engineers and consultants can speak to it better than I. It's really to reflect the fact that traffic engineering is not an exact science. It's kind of, well, I'll just leave it at that. And, you can have these, when you are doing traffic counts, you can have these outlier days where for some unforeseen reason, trips are exceedingly fewer than what you would normally expect, and likewise exceedingly higher. And so they apply this standard deviation to try to level out the playing field. I think that's, I'll leave it at that and turn it over to either Brian or Daleen at W-Trans to speak to that further.
Well, I just would note that it is typical, as Mr. Biddle was saying, to have pretty substantial variations in traffic volumes from season to season and day to day. The variation, we typically, kind of our industry rule of thumb, if you will, is anywhere between 8 and 10% is not uncommon. So a 6% threshold is actually lower than might just occur just due to daily variations. I mean, and obviously right now we're seeing a huge variation because people are staying home from work and working from home. But even under pre-COVID conditions, in the wintertime when lots of people still got flus and got sick, so you had a lower volume of traffic, or when there were weeks that were good for vacations, traffic might be lower. So it just, there are fluctuations in traffic, and anytime we take counts, they're a snapshot in time, and we try not to We try not to make anyone think that that's the absolute, that it's like that all the time, because it's not.
Well, one question I have about that, I mean, obviously that's why traffic counts are done over a period of time, a week or two. But why is town staff recommending those traffic caps for daily and Sunday caps when our peer review, W-Trans, says the daily and Saturday trip caps should be the observed averages of 860 and 346 respectively?
I can speak to that. So one of the things that we discussed with town staff after we issued our report was the idea that, generally speaking, what Daleen says is absolutely true. You do have these fluctuations in your traffic from day to day, week to week. Different schools, having worked with different schools, we know that they treat this and deal with it in different ways. Typically what we see at most schools, although it's certainly not all, is a lot of schools will stick to whatever that actual threshold is and include days in there to discount that are anomalies in some way. And that was part of our mission that we explained to town staff, was to say that is one way to do it. Another way to do it is this buffered system. You're essentially trying to get at the same endpoint, which is trying to account for variations in traffic that are potentially abnormal in some way. So I understand the lack of clarity in the report, and that's also why we had follow-up conversations with the town, with Patrick and other town staff to clarify that.
All right. It is odd that, our peer review says do this and we're doing something else. I think I was surprised at that. Councilmember Breckus, did you have a question?
Julie asked mine. Thank you.
Oh, that was your question? I have another CEQA question, and it keeps getting back to the building question. And that is, if Branson were to propose a building project along with this enrollment increase, would that trigger CEQA or some other regulation at this time?
Potentially it could. There are categorical exemptions related to the replacement or reconstruction of existing facilities to the extent there isn't an expansion of the capacity of that building. So if they were proposing as part of this to replace an existing building, essentially like for like in terms of capacity, then that likely could trigger another exemption. I think it's 15303 of the guidelines. That said, if they were combining this increase with an application to tear down and reconstruct a facility and increase its capacity, well, then that perhaps likely would not fall within the categorical exemption for replacement of existing facilities. And so then you would need to conduct an initial study, and you might end up preparing a, depending on the determinations of the initial study, you might be doing a negative declaration or an EIR, and it could be just focused on certain identifiable impacts. So
where does that leave us with Branson sharing with the general public and also council members that their auditorium is too small, that it does need to be replaced? And there's this expectation that in the near future it will be replaced because it doesn't even accommodate their current student body. Should it be included as part of this? And if it's not included, then then do we just understand Branson's decided they would live with that for the next 10 years because they don't need it? I'm not quite sure where this leaves us, because I think there's a sense that there's this impending building project that is basically part of this, but it's not being announced. And I don't know where that leaves us.
Well, it's not part of their application, I can tell you that, and it's not part of any analysis that has been conducted by the town or staff, and it's certainly not part of any approval or suggested approval as it's being presented to the council tonight. And so they would have to come back at a later date, and it would be subject to review under CEQA, as well as other respective codes of the town relating to design review and things of that nature at that point, should they make a application.
So if they include it, let's just take the auditorium. If they include an enlarged auditorium now, it could trigger a CEQA review. But if they come back to the council in a year and ask to build an enlarged auditorium, that wouldn't, or that still would?
Oh, it has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with sort of combining it with the enrollment increase. If they come back subsequently and it's just about an application to tear down and reconstruct and essentially expand the theater, then that'll be subject to CEQA. And I wouldn't expect, if it's an expansion of the existing capacity, I wouldn't expect that it would be exempt from CEQA and it would undergo environmental review. That's just sort of a initial gut reaction at this point without knowing anything about what they may or may not apply for.
Mayor, if I could just provide a little more additional information regarding CEQA. The current project before you is still subject to CEQA. We found that it's exempt from further environmental review per that categorical exemption. And condition 2 of the existing use permit, as well as the draft resolution in front of you this evening, precludes any new building permit except for ordinary maintenance and repair, other than buildings that were part of the original 1978 master plan. So any new project, which as Mr. Biddle just mentioned, there are no construction projects as part of this application. Any new project would still be subject to CEQA, and if it's not consistent with that second condition of approval, they would have to amend this use permit as well, which would then subject this enrollment increase to additional CEQA review. So there are several more opportunities for additional CEQA review that would be necessary if they were to propose any type of expansion of facilities beyond what was reviewed by the town in 1978.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I'm just wondering if we can't, if to avoid the appearance that we are trying to end run, or Branson is trying to end run environmental review as part of this process, can we amend our resolution to add a whereas paragraph that says, that Branson has determined its facilities are satisfactory, and will not expand the facilities, so that it's really clear that this review was appropriate under CEQA and that they won't review it. Because I guess the concern would be that if we look at this in a vacuum saying, hey, that's not going to happen, we should really have some high degree of comfort that it's not going to happen, and that the application is not based on an attempt to piecemeal, which would violate CEQA.
So your question is, could that be added? That could be, sure. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, thank you. Just another question on the monitoring, the traffic monitoring. As it stands now, there's a couple times that monitoring is done in conjunction with a consultant that is hired by Branson but approved by the town. And it's done for a 2-week period in the fall and a 2-week period in the spring. I saw in the W-Trans peer-reviewed material that they suggested that permanent vehicle counters might be something that could be used instead. And in thinking about that, and in thinking about, you know, this monitoring thing seems pretty cumbersome. The school year is 180 days, and there's 3 separate 60-day periods for Branson to cure, which essentially means they have a whole school year to cure. It strikes me that if there were permanent vehicle counters, they would know immediately, we could know immediately, and they could expedite any steps that need to be taken to modify the number of cars going in and out of there, rather than having this lengthy process. And I'm wondering why the staff did not have the permanent vehicle counters instead of this periodic monitoring with the multi-phase cure process.
And I'll just speak to that. It's important to keep in mind that the traffic demand management plan is part of the applicant's application materials. So it's been modified and amended based on conversations with staff based on our peer review. And the applicant has chosen to incorporate several of the recommendations that staff made, but not all of them. So I will leave it to the applicant when they give their presentation to explain the reason that they chose not to incorporate all of the recommendations that were in that peer review document.
And
Okay, thank you.
I would just also note that the TDMP is meant to, it identifies average daily trips, a trip rate. And so you can obviously have permanent counters there, as you suggest, and that way you would get trip counts for every day.
Yep.
But you still need to, I think, look at those trips for a segment of time, because as Brian and Daleen, I think, would attest to, you are going to have days where they're going to exceed 834 if that's the cap for a day. And there are going to be other days that presumably, to stay below the average, that are below that. So you still would need to identify, okay, for what window of time are we going to look at the trips and create an average to see if on the average they are staying below that rate cap. So just keep that in mind. But you definitely can have permanent counters installed as part of the.
Are they more expensive or cumbersome or anything like that?
Well, I think you see them, at your local intersection when you come up to a red light and you trip it. It's those little markers in the ground. So Brian and Daleen may have a better sense of it, but
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the capital costs are particularly high, at least because we've worked with some schools, at least I have personally, down the peninsula who actually use them. And so I don't believe that the capital costs are particularly high. Going back to your previous question about, I think, how permanent counters kind of vary from doing 2 weeks, there's pros and cons to both, which is why we kind of threw in there as an alternative. The strength of doing the 2 weeks counts during the kind of late September, mid-October, March, April timeframe is that those are the periods when you're going to have the most typical travel behavior. Students have come back from their breaks, they've kind of reestablished their travel, and so you kind of get a good view of what we normally consider as normal. Whereas the counters themselves, you'll get a lot more data throughout the year, but a lot of that data won't be necessarily indicative of what we consider as normal, but you'll have a lot of data to look at. So again, there's pros and cons to both, and I've seen schools go different ways on it. The counters, I would say, are definitely a less commonly used method, but we want to note it just as a possibility.
I mean, the town, if there were permanent counters, I mean, the town could still decide, pick out 2 weeks that are likely representative and use that to analyze. I mean, it doesn't limit the town. I mean, we don't have to go day by day. We could still pick out a 2-week period, right? I mean, in some ways, is it maybe even more reliable data because the drivers don't know which 2 weeks we're looking at. You know, there won't be a chance for them to see a new counter and then alter their driving habits for the next 2 weeks.
They can't, that is true. You can set different conditions based on the counters themselves. I do know from having worked with one private school in particular down on the peninsula, they did have to, well, I'll say tinker with it a bit because the counters are not perfect. And so they were realizing that sometimes cars were, for example, there would be a queue of cars and they would come in and stop and perhaps move slowly or go in and then have to back up out again. And it was misregistering trips. So there is some kind of science that comes along with it to make sure that you're actually verifying the data.
And if I could just throw in real quick, count technology is evolving at a very rapid pace. Whereas we used to always have to use tube counters and put people at corners to do turning movement counts. At this point, we a lot of times they use video cameras and then they just basically take the video and ship it down to LA where they've got a whole bunch of people that sit in a big room and do the counts. So they do the counts manually, but they didn't have to sit out on the corner. So they only have to have one person travel to the intersection instead of 2 or 3 or however many intersections there are. So it's much more cost effective. We also work with a firm that uses streetlight and has receivers and transmitters on streetlights all over the country, and they can use those to develop counts. I'm actually just starting to work with another firm that is doing some video data wherein they actually take the video and run it through an algorithm and it does the counts electronically. They don't even have to manually count. So all of those things are making it to where counts may be much more cost effective in the future. And because that, having a permanent count station, if for instance, if you've got a permanent count station, you're going to be able to get data at the time you want it. If they put manual counters or count tubes out there and then somebody cuts the tubes or pulls them up, then you didn't get counts when you wanted them. So then you've got to pick a different time period and perhaps you have to send them out there. And right now it's 2-3 weeks later. So there are some downsides to having the counts done, at specific times, as opposed to having a permanent count station. And I think that getting permanent count stations is going to become increasingly cost effective. I have a project in Mendocino County that I've been doing mitigation monitoring on, and it's required us to get video of the driveway and observe trucks movements for a week every July and October every other year, and hours and hours and hours of video. And but the cost of the video has come down from the first time that we did it to this last time, just because the technology is getting better.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan, do you have another question?
Oh, yeah, I do. But, does anyone else? I feel like I'm monopolizing all the time here.
I have 2 quick transportation. One quick transportation question is the traffic monitoring that we'll be doing, is it via a third party? That was one of the things I think the W-Trans recommended.
Yes, that's part of the TDMP.
Okay, and then if the application's approved and the traffic plan is approved, does the town have the right to make changes to some elements of the plan? So for example, take the hours. The plan relies heavily on limiting single student drop off and pickup. And right now the hours where single student pickup is not allowed is 2:30 to 3:30, and yet the school gets out at 3:15. So if the town wanted to modify that to 4:30 or 5, does the town have the right to do that like before approval or after approval?
I'll let our attorneys chime in a little bit, but I think staff's preference would be that the applicant revise their plan to reflect what the council would like to see. But
Okay.
an option is to have a condition of approval be that instead of what's said in the plan, you do this. That can be a condition of approval. So the option is there. And then Mike, if you want to elaborate.
Are the hours ever set by the school hours? So for example, I think we got, I think it said that Branson runs from 8:45, only one thing said 8:30 to 3:15. So would the hours for single student drop off and pickup prohibitions be like an hour before, an hour after school starts, hour before, or after school ends, so that if the school time changes, then the single student prohibition period matches the change? Is that a better way to do it? So those are my questions about that.
Yes, I think you can do that.
Okay. I guess then I had another question about building, use of buildings. And we talked about the auditorium, and that use, I mean, it seems to be small, but it may or may not get enlarged. What about the use of the two new Circle Drive homes that Branson has bought? What is that a school use? Is there the possibility of a school use for that, or do those stay as residential residences?
They're in our single family residential zoning district, and the only permitted by right use is to be used as residential units. So if the school had other purposes, that would be a change of the school's use permit that would be necessary.
So if Branson wanted to use one of those houses as an office, they would come to the town to ask for a change in the use permit to use that.
It would have to go through a planning review, yes.
What about their faculty housing that's down by the playing field? Would that ever be offices, or is that always faculty housing?
Well, I know that there were
Classrooms.
some use permit amendments in the past for, I think it was just work on residential facilities that were on the property. If they're being used for housing, by the current use permit, they need to remain being used for housing. They can't be changed to other purposes unless they were originally classrooms that got converted to housing.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Breckus and then Councilmember McMillan.
Well, I do have a bunch of questions. I'm not sure whether I should wait until there's a presentation by the applicant or how we want to do this. But one of my questions is I just don't really understand how the trip count was even done. There's a suggestion that it was done. It seems like the staff report said, we definitely did not do trip count at San Anselmo parking lot. And so we don't really have a baseline. I'm unclear how that got done. And then I'm not clear on whether the trip counts that were done at the driveway entrance was just the main entrance, or was it also, the back parking lot entrance? So I had a number of questions just trying to figure out that kind of information. And I don't know if the, our peer reviewed group wants to speak to that. Maybe they could help us out with that.
Well, those questions to me sound specific to that information was provided by the traffic consultant that's part of the applicant team, and they are present for this meeting. So those sound like questions that would be best directed to the applicant. And if we don't get a satisfactory answer for you, staff will take a stab at it too.
Can I just ask though, for our peer review group, I mean, I'm kind of hoping that they know those answers, because that seems to go to the sufficiency of our peer review. So I'd love to hear from Branson's traffic consultant, but I would also like to hear from our peer review group whether they know.
Certainly. Brian, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, so just to clarify the question again, so the question about where exactly were the counts conducted or?
Yes,
Sorry,
so
yeah.
there's the front entrance that you go through the gates to the front entrance of the campus, but then there's the back parking lot entrance. And so was the counts done in both locations? And then is the staff report correct that there was no count done of the San Selmo lot? And then, I'm sorry, another question was, well, how many people are dropping off in front of the gates? And so are we not catching those? And how do we deal with that if that wasn't caught?
Okay. I have to go back. I mean, to be honest, I'd have to go back and look at the document. I don't remember. I don't have this off the top of my head, but I can do a little bit of research here unless the applicant's traffic engineer wants to chime in with an immediate answer.
Well, I mean, it might be better if we finish our questions to staff and then we'll move to the applicant and have the questions answered then. It'll be a little clearer process. Councilmember McMillan, other questions?
Yeah, I just was wondering about wildfire and emergency evacuation issues with increased enrollment and staff on the campus, and hoping someone can answer that.
So I will address that. Ross Valley Fire was brought in to provide their thoughts and comments on this proposal. And their determination was that because there are no physical changes proposed and because the infrastructure of the surrounding road network and transportation infrastructure is already in place, they would have no recommended conditions of approval to be placed on this to enhance safety. Additionally, as was mentioned in the staff presentation, there's no impact to response times. So that was another aspect that was looked at by staff. But Ross Valley Fire commented, and staff agrees that it's the responsibility of the school also to ensure that they are prepared for emergencies. And so staff has already asked the applicant to speak on their emergency preparedness. So that is something that we'd like to hear from the applicant in regards to. And then regarding kind of the more regional approach, so the hazard mitigation plan and the regional evacuation plan, Ross Valley Fire felt that the delta here, the 100 students, would have no impact on those broader emergency planning documents.
Councilmember Breckus?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess, another question I had was just the concept of remote drop-off is a little ambiguous in my mind, because some of the remote drop-off is into Ross. So we're already talking about, and it's not clear how much, but they were saying like, okay, there could be additional increased drop-off at San Selmo. There could be additional remote drop-off at Lagunitas and at Laurel Grove. And so again, that's further impacts to the town. Even if you didn't want to think about further off in Sir Francis Drake on Bon Air, but I just was it didn't seem like there was much analysis of that. So that was one big question I had. And then the other thing was something that what staff mentioned was, when we were looking at this previously, we didn't have a very good analysis of what the use was in 1978 or 77 or before. But today we got a copy of the DEIR and the FEIR for the master planning in 77. So that was a kind of a game changer in my mind, because when I looked at it, number one, they were looking at it with 320 students. They were saying, here's the 320 students. And it seemed like, we've been doing this complicated analysis to try and understand what the use was then, and we didn't have it. And staff went so far as to look at yearbooks and try and figure out sporting events and everything else. And lo and behold, in staff's, in our town possession, we had this document, and the FEIR from page 50 to 55 has incredibly detailed data about what events they have, how many sports teams, how many participants, how many spectators, and, and then even a trip count of 420. So that seemed, I just would like staff to speak to the fact that that presumably is new information.
Yeah, so as you point out, this is new information that's been circulated, and we've been short pressed for time to really go through it. And so yes, it's potentially, it could change the recommended approach to those conditions of approval. But as was pointed out earlier in the presentation, there's also ambiguity how that condition 11 is applied. Where, what does the semicolon represent as far as, is there a differentiation between the number of events that the school is allowed to do versus outside organizations? And even looking in my brief chance to look through those documents, it's not a clear table that says this many events. It's kind of a narrative that discusses the uses of the facility. So whether we could land at a firm number, I'm still not sure about, but yes, indeed, that could change staff's recommendation on the conditions of approval, or how the council would want to approach those conditions of approval. And then Brian, would you like to chime in just on the topic of remote drop-offs and how that could impact the traffic counts and the thresholds and the impacts to surrounding street network?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I think we noted it in our peer review, and it was pretty clear, I think, as well in the TDMP that was put forward by the applicant, that the remote pickup and drop off is a pretty significant portion of the trip reduction that we're going to see. So as part of our analysis, we really wanted to look at it closely to make sure that it would, work. We also looked at other peer campuses around the Bay Area that have implemented similar things, and it's a very successful measure. How it impacts then, I think what you're referring to is how does that impact the traffic by maybe traffic levels and traffic conditions at different pickup and drop off sites that are these remote areas. So my response to that would be, first and foremost, the plan is it's intended, and it should, and we've seen it work at other schools, it should be at least net neutral, if not have a negative return on trips. So we're actually either going to stay at the same number of trips that we are right now, or bring it down. Once you go from campus to more remote locations or remote lots, I'm not 100% sure where those lots are, exactly how big they are, but you're dispersing the trips away from campus. And as you go further from campus to these various lots, the number of vehicles that you're talking about at any one point or area is relatively small in the grand scheme of things. So if you actually look at the number of vehicles that could be parking there or picking up or dropping off at a particular location, it is I wouldn't use this word lightly, but a minute amount of the total traffic that's going in and around that area. And also from experience from having seen this work at other campuses too, it hasn't become an issue. If you were going to try to do this with a 20,000 person university, yeah, okay, maybe you'd be talking about a different scale, then you'd be having different problems. But on the scale that we're looking at this here, it really is not anticipated to actually cause any issues.
Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, just following up on Elizabeth's question, Patrick, I'm wondering how in the staff report you say that based on the 1978 athletic events at the school have increased 87%. And I'm just wondering how that was, that's a pretty precise number. I'm just wondering how that was determined.
Meredith, would you like to explain that?
Sure. So we did look through the yearbooks, and a lot of the teams had their schedule on their team photos that showed who they played. And so we just calculated all of those as one game, and we were able to use Branson's numbers for the most recent academic year and just calculate the change from one to the next.
I have a question about that. I think that 1978 use permit talked about trying to keep the level, the same number or extent of use. It was some sort of wording like that. I know, Patrick, you keep saying there's a semicolon and the intent is unclear, but I mean, in the context of all of the rest of the conditions of the use permit in 1978, it seems like the intent is to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. That seems clear to me. But one question about counting the number and saying it's gone up 87%. In 1978, Branson, I don't believe, played in major leagues, so they would have small numbers of spectators, maybe dozens, if that. Whereas in recent years, with Branson as a member of the Marin County Athletic League, there are hundreds and hundreds of spectators. So is that 87% the number of events, or is it sort of the size and scope and scale of the events? Because both have changed, over time.
So I believe it's based, our analysis in the staff report is based on number of events.
Number, okay.
Not the scale of the events. But I did notice in that the FEIR, it does list the general average attendance of both participants and spectators when it discusses events in that narrative.
And what was that?
In the FEIR,
what was the general attendance, or does it vary?
It's by sport and by type of game. But some numbers I'm seeing are 25 spectators and 30 spectators, around those numbers.
Okay. I have a really simple question. Branson, it's great that, they're using buses now. I think their buses are a shuttle to and from the St. Anselm's lot. Does the town have the ability to ask if these buses could be electric buses instead of diesel buses?
I believe we can have that. We can make that request of them, or we can, again, as I mentioned, any aspect of the TDMP, we could either request that the applicant revise it, or we can ultimately make a condition of approval.
Okay.
Yeah, unless there's something that would preclude that in the existing vested right of the school, but I don't see that being the case here.
Okay. Councilmember McMillan.
I know I'm getting unpopular here. I can see Beach rolling his eyes. I see you, Beach. I'm just wondering about the really important safety enhancements that are mentioned in the traffic report that are critical, especially the pedestrian pathway on Fernhill. And I'm just wondering, Patrick, if you have any idea when that pathway would be contemplated to be constructed and who would pay for it and all that kind of stuff.
I see that Richard Simonich, our Public Works Director, is in the audience, and he might want to speak on those capital projects.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. So if we find that there is a need for the pathway along Fernhill, we would prefer looking to Branson to install that pathway since it would mainly serve pedestrian traffic going to Branson. So we're not planning it as a capital improvement at this time. I believe it is in our bike and ped master plan, but we have no plans for it in the near future. So we want to look and see how this unravels with Branson as far as their feelings on the need for a pathway in this location.
Are you talking about the entire stretch of Fernhill from the gate to Shady Lane, or just that downhill stretch from the gate to Norwood Avenue?
I would say it would be from the gate down to Norwood. It gets a little problematic once you go past Norwood towards Shady Lane on Fernhill as far as finding a place to put the pathway. So, but we haven't really looked at it too in depth yet. So it's still it's still in the conceptual phase for that.
And would neighbors on that flat part of Fernhill have some input into whether or not they wanted a path?
Well, yes, definitely. We'd have to do some public outreach and come up with some alternatives similar to what we did on the Laurel Grove pathway, and get a neighborhood consensus on what is wanted and where that location of the pathway would be.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify? I don't believe, and Patrick or Meredith, you can correct me, I don't believe the pathway is part of Branson's proposal. So just to clarify that.
You know, it's in the traffic management, like it's a safety enhancement. So yeah, it's not part of the proposal, but it somehow is part of the traffic plan. So does that make it part of the proposal, or is it just a suggestion in the plan?
It appeared to me it was just a suggestion of things that could be done collaboratively with the town to improve safety. So that's the way I read it.
Councilmember McMillan.
The report mentions that there's monitors at the front gate of the school and at key intersections to monitor the carpooling. And I'm just wondering, Patrick, if you know which intersections and how long will those monitors be in place? Maybe the applicant can address that if you don't know.
Yeah, again, I'd have to look more closely at the details of the document, so that might be a better question directed towards the applicant.
Are there any other questions from council members to staff? Staff, thank you very much for your really helpful answers. The applicant, the Branson School, now has 15 minutes to present its project.
Mayor, if you'll give me a moment, I'm going to move the members of the Branson applicant team into the group of panelists.
Thank you.
And we have a lot of people in attendance, so it's taking me a moment to do that.
And Linda Lopez will be monitoring the 15 minutes. There isn't a tile that you'll see, but she'll warn you when it's close to the end of 15 minutes.
And I'm not seeing Riley Hurd in the audience. I saw him earlier. So Riley, if you're there, could you raise your hand?
He is there and he's raising his hand.
Oh, it moved him to the top when he raised his hand. I see. Okay, that should be the entirety of the applicant team.
Okay, am I good to go?
We just need to be sure that David Parisi is also promoted since there are so many traffic questions.
I see him.
Yeah, David's on the panel.
Great.
So whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for considering Branson's application for an amendment to our conditional use permit for an enrollment increase of 100 students. My name is Chris Mazzola, and I am in my 6th year as Branson's head of school and my 30th year working in independent schools. Before we begin, I'd like to thank Patrick Streeter and Meredith Rupp for their months of work helping us to navigate this application process. Their assistance made the process much easier, and we are grateful for their time and expertise. I would also like to introduce my fellow panelists who will be representing Branson this evening. Following my remarks, Nathaniel Gray, our assistant head of school and director of admission, will speak to the importance of our enrollment growth. And following Nathaniel, our chief financial and operations officer, David Hanson, will speak to the logistics of the traffic plan we've created. Next slide. As I believe you know, tonight we are here to ask for an amendment to our conditional use permit to replace the CUP we have been operating under since 1978. In particular, we are seeking an enrollment increase of 100 students, which would be phased in at 25 per year over 4 years. This change from 320 to 420 students, if approved, would ensure that Branson will continue to thrive in Ross for many more generations, working to deliver our mission of developing students who make a positive impact in the world by leading lives of integrity, purpose, learning, and joy. Branson has been in Ross for over 100 years, and we hope to be here for another 100 years. Tonight, we will share with you the transportation demand management plan that we have worked on for over a year with our neighbors and the town staff, which indicates that any enrollment increase will not increase traffic and will hold it at net neutral or better. This point was very important to us and is the keystone of our application. We heard loud and clear from our Ross neighbors that traffic impact was the greatest concern about adding additional students. And as a result of that, we have incorporated everything they have asked for in our work together. We have also determined that we can accommodate all new students without adding any new buildings, another factor that was important to our immediate neighbors. As mentioned this evening, our current theater is too small to accommodate our current student body, and would as well be too small to incorporate a larger student body. But we have adapted by using our gym and are using that for events that require large audiences. To be clear, we will not be applying to build any new facilities in the near future. Finally, for many years now, our national and regional governing bodies, the National Association of Independent Schools and the California Association of Independent Schools, have indicated in our accreditation reports that Branson needed to prioritize growing the student enrollment for its future sustainability as a top school. Next slide. This slide shows Branson's enrollment in comparison to our peer schools throughout the Bay Area. As you can see, we are the smallest of our peers by a considerable margin. As all of these schools have increased their enrollment through the years to make themselves more sustainable financially, Branson has been unable to as a result of the 1978 enrollment cap. What does this mean and why does it matter? In order to be competitive in our market and to remain a top Bay Area school, we must offer all of the same programs as the larger schools, but with 100 fewer tuitions or more. To be sustainable over the long term, it is crucial that we add more students so that we can begin to limit our tuition increases and pay our teachers enough so that they can live a decent quality of life in Marin and remain in the profession they love. Next slide. In March of 2020, Branson ran a ballot measure to ask the people of Ross for permission to gradually increase our enrollment to 420 students. To prepare for the ballot measure, we engaged deeply with the community, asked many questions, and listened to concerns from our neighbors throughout the town. We were pleased when the ballot measure was approved by the people of a margin of 60% to 40%. Next slide. The buildup to the ballot measure was a crucial part of our process in learning about how Branson is perceived in the community and how we might be the best neighbors possible. We held 15 community meetings prior to the ballot measure that were open to everyone in the community. And post the ballot measure, convened a neighborhood group from adjacent streets to help us create an appropriate traffic plan. To prepare for this hearing, we sent postcards to everyone in town, inviting them to campus to read and comment on our traffic plan and to ask any questions they had about the proposed enrollment increase. I'd now like to turn it over to Nathaniel Gray, our assistant head of school and director of admission, who will speak about why this is so important to Branson's future. Take it off, Nathaniel.
Thank you, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I didn't have the chance to attend an independent school like Branson, but as the assistant head of school leading our admissions department, it is always my hope to make this educational opportunity available to as many students as possible. I've been at Branson for 20 years, and I'm just as impressed now as I was when I started many years ago. I'm inspired by the work of my colleagues in the classroom. No matter what is going on in the world, our teachers show up for our students. This has always been the case, but has become even more evident watching them teach through a pandemic. Our teachers figured it out in March 2020 when they had to quickly pivot and teach online. They showed up in October 2020 and taught outside on some very cold Ross mornings. They also taught masked inside classrooms before a vaccine was even available. They always bring their expertise and passion for their subject matter. They bring their authentic selves, lived experiences, and joy to their work. Our teachers are giving our students the tools necessary to not only solve problems, but to help make the world a better place. Teachers are special, and we need to do whatever we can to attract and retain them. One of our biggest challenges attracting and retaining great teachers is the cost of living in Marin. We need to be able to pay our teachers a fair salary that reflects the transformative work they do on behalf of our students. And an increased school enrollment will provide necessary resources to retain our teachers and remain competitive with our peer schools. What does it mean to be a more diverse school in 2022? When we say diversity, we're thinking about the many different identifiers that make us all different and unique. Gender, geography, ability, language, race, ethnicity. We're talking about different types of students like scholars and athletes and artists and student government and club leaders. Students from public, independent, and parochial schools all bring valuable perspectives to the community. Diversity is excellence, and we want to be excellent in all we do. The most challenging part of my job is reading the files of so many deserving students and not being able to accept them because of our current enrollment cap and because of a limited financial aid budget. A Branson education does not only have a positive impact on a student, a Branson education has a positive and transformational impact on the student, the family, and their community. An enrollment increase would allow us to make a Branson education available to more students with a variety of talents and different backgrounds. Next slide. This growth is important to Branson for many reasons, some which have already been stated, but we operate with significantly less resources than our peer schools, all of whom have increased their enrollment through the years, as Chris has mentioned. Branson must offer those same courses and extracurriculars as our peer schools with fewer tuition dollars. And what does this mean in concrete terms is that we have far too many courses with enrollment under 10 students. Adding more students to those classes will make them more interesting, dynamic, and meaningful. In addition, as I mentioned previously, the enrollment increase will allow us to increase our teacher salaries and attract and retain the very best educators in the country. Our teachers showed up for our students, and with an enrollment increase would be our way to show up for them. And now I'll pass it on to our CFOO, David Hanson.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, council members. I appreciate the ability to make a few comments. My name is Dave Hanson, and I was hired 2 years ago by Branson. I have over 20 years of experience working with schools and colleges in finance and operations. I was hired by Branson because of my expertise in financial health and sustainability and help Branson to kind of right the ship for the next 100 years, as well as my operational skills in parking and transportation management. I live in Ross. I'm a resident. I have a spouse who walks 5 miles a day on Ross roads. I have 2 dogs. So traffic safety is incredibly, incredibly important to me. In the fall of 2020, we worked with a neighborhood working group that was really, really powerful and helpful for us. We met with them several times, and through their interaction, we developed what would become the Transportation Demand Management Plan, the TDMP. I really also want to thank Patrick and Meredith. They've been great partners throughout this process. They pushed us when we needed to be pushed. They held us accountable, and everything that they've done has been to ensure safety and traffic management for the town of Ross and the citizens. When I got to Branson about 18 months ago, because my first 6 months was remote thanks to COVID, I noticed that traffic management and parking was at best ad hoc. We did not have robust systems. We did not have robust staffing. We didn't have appropriate enforcement, or even a set of rules that made sense. So regardless of the CUP application, I started to put in place measures voluntarily that would help with safety around campus and around town. So we put in systems, for instance, that would increase safety, accountability, and sustainability. For years, Branson has gone with the system that only students had to register their cars when parking on campus. We changed that. We now have a process where every employee, every parent, and every student has to have a permit to come to campus. They have to display a Branson sticker that identifies them as a Branson driver. And we have started to actually enforce our rules. So I'm not the most popular person on campus because I now give out tickets and I now restrict parking and transportation for our students that can't abide by our policies. We worked with the Ross Police Department on our parking and transportation handbook to make sure that that included not only our rules, but the rules of the town as well. We also started a year ago with traffic monitors, and one of the questions from the council had to do with where we place those monitors, and I'm happy to talk in detail about that. We've recently hired 5 permanent traffic monitors that will be ongoing at the school. So that's really important to me to make sure that we have a consistent presence on campus. We also have put in place incentive programs. So we have a new e-bike program. We work with Mike's Bikes and Sports Basement. We've had so far 25 people join this program where they e-bike or regular bike to campus. And that has cut down anywhere from 50 to 100 car trips a day, just through that one program that's been in place for only a year. We have other incentives, including free parking for student carpools. And we have cash incentive payments for employees who give up their parking spots on campus. Importantly, we also have an agreement with the University of Redlands Seminary campus in San Anselmo to begin housing our faculty. So in doing that, we allow our faculty and staff to walk or bike to campus so they don't have to commute a distance.
Excuse me, David, you're almost at 2 minutes. Just wanted to give you that warning.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to get into a little bit of the details about the transportation management plan because I'm the guy who's going to have to operationalize it and make sure it works, right? So you can come to me and ask me any questions you want, but the key components of our traffic demand management plan, first and foremost, are a neighborhood partnership group. So that is something we'll institute ongoing, to make sure we have constant interaction with the neighborhood about how we're doing. We're going to add a brand new full-time position, a director of transportation, parking, and security that will be fully focused on these issues for the town and for Branson. And as you heard from your own peer review traffic consultant, remote drop-offs are a key component of our plan. And we're planning on putting the remote drop-offs outside of the town of Ross, and I'm happy to discuss that as well. And importantly, as reflected in the staff report, the increase of 100 students would not significantly impact traffic delay or emergency access. I think it's very, very important to repeat. We're also going to iterate our remote drop-off and pickup. So with neighborhood input, we'll have the ability to monitor, modify, and change routes and times based on the time of day, based on the time of year. As you've heard from your traffic consultants, traffic can be variable throughout the year, and I'm happy to talk about that. Over the course of my career, I've made it my hallmark to be the best possible citizen I can be when working for schools. I've worked for schools in urban, suburban, and rural areas. And this is a component that I'm very, very committed to, is making sure that Branson is the best neighbor possible for the town and to allow the town to make reasonable use of our property and our beautiful campus for things like walking dogs and events that make sense for the town, but in a way that doesn't negatively impact the citizens, my neighbors, your neighbors, the people who live here. And with that, Chris, I will turn it back over to you to wrap up.
Thank you, David. At this point, I'd like to turn it over. Well, do we have time, Linda, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We're ready for any questions you have.
that actually wasn't part of the script, that questions of council members to the applicant. The next step was to be the public hearing with members of the public having an opportunity to comment on the project. Do any council members want to change the format and ask any questions directly of the applicant before we move on to the public hearing? Councilmember McMillan.
You know, I think it's really important to hear from their traffic person. So I think we should modify the schedule for a few minutes to allow their traffic consultant to give a brief overview.
Yes, okay, go ahead. Chris, was that the last element of the presentation?
Yes, yes. If David could speak, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm happy to speak. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Parisi with Parisi Transportation Consulting, and our firm prepared the Transportation Demand Management Plan. A little bit of background, I manage the Marin Safe Routes to School program and have developed dozens of TDMPs for schools throughout the Bay Area. So this is exactly what we do. And I want to say I really appreciate the peer review that was conducted by WTrans, which confirmed the adequacy of the TDMP and its likely success. You asked 3 different questions. The first one was related to the counts and where they were taken. Over the course of 3 years, we conducted counts, mostly at the campus. And as the mayor expressed earlier, this is the intent of the plan is really to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. So near the campus, but we also did count traffic down on Bolinas Avenue at St. Anselm's. The report shows all these counts. On average, is about 1,000 cars a day, but 860 is the average at the campus itself, about 140 down near St. Anselm's, which makes sense based on the number of parking spaces down there and the shuttling that happens there. As I mentioned before, there's an average traffic counts over those 15 days of about 860 up at the campus, but they varied over the course of those 15 days from 786 cars to 1,068. So there's a range, as folks have expressed today. Traffic is not perfect, and we do see ranges of traffic all the time. So that is the idea of using a half of the standard deviation, which is 6%, for the plan. And as discussed by WTrans, this is typical, and actually it's usually higher, 8 to 10%. 6% is what is being proposed. I will say that if you look at the traffic counts that were conducted over time, 4 of those days would already exceed that amount. So, using a 6% really requires Branson to keep their traffic numbers down. There was a question about potential traffic impacts elsewhere in Ross. We were asked to look at that, and we actually did an assessment at several key locations throughout the town and determined that with or even without the TDMP, with 100 more students, there would be no significant impacts. But of course, with the TDMP, there even be less. And as mentioned by Brian from WTrans, the VMT reduction on a per capita basis would actually result primarily due to the TDMP actions. Finally, there was a question about the counting and where they occur, and actually the possibility of doing a permanent count station. I do have an opinion on that. Deploying a permanent count station, which would actually, we need to do more than one, because it's not just the campus, also there's an upper parking lot. This would be very expensive, and it would not be as reliable. And I'll tell you why. Keeping a permanent count stations calibrated and functioning properly 24/7 is really not something the schools are equipped to do and take on. For example, San Domenico School has tried to do this, and it's been a big burden for them. It's constantly breaking. They do it for their own purposes, by the way, not for outside monitoring, but they're just curious. So they do that, but it's been real pain for them. And so it's best when data is taken randomly, in my opinion, because again, if counts are always being taken, they can be taken care of or taken advantage of by non-Branson traffic and manipulated. And it's important to remember that not all traffic to and from the school is related to the school. And I think the also nice thing about having an outside party doing the counting twice a year for 2 weeks is not only can the county be done by them electronically, however they do it, but they can also observe to make sure that the counts are reliable and make sense and that there's confidence in the results. So I hope I've answered the 3 main questions that were posed by the council members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just quickly sort of make a mini change in the script and see if any council members in the format have questions of the applicant. If not, we'll move on to the public hearing. So do any council members have questions of the applicant? Councilmember Breckus.
You're muted.
I know, I was trying to find myself to unmute. Well, one concern I had was that we're going from a proposed change at number of events to times of use. And when you go from that, I just don't understand how you have any kind of cap. Can you speak to that?
Elizabeth, I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, so what we had on the use permit prior was, okay, let's try and cap the number of events to what was existing. And now we're saying, okay, we don't have any kind of cap on the number of events. We're just going to say whatever events happen, they can happen as long as they're within a use time frame. And I don't understand how there can be, that could actually be apples to apples. It seems to me that at the point where you say, we're going to limit it to number of events, you at least, have a number of events known. And then if you go to times of use, well, then how do you know how many people are going to show up?
Yeah, so it's inaccurate to say that we're not saying we shouldn't have a cap on events. If you read the staff report, there actually is a cap on the events, on large events, on major events. The time piece is about the times that sports would be allowed on campus or other events on Saturdays, Sundays, summers, et cetera. But there is a piece about event management and how many events we would be allowed to have in a year.
Well, I did, just so you know, I did read the staff report, but one of the proposals was, okay, so we have, outside events and there's this historic level or existing level or, and then now it could be unlimited, but it would be within the time frame. And
no, we're not saying that it's unlimited. We are saying that we are willing to have a cap on the number of major events that we have at the school each year that impact the neighbors via traffic or noise or whatever it might be.
But number of major events is different than events. Like, for example, CYO. I mean, you guys could, at one point we had this incident where we talked about, orientation. I can't remember what it was, but it was like Kent Middle School event. And we kind of got into it as to whether or not that was something historic or not. And so now what's to prevent, under these provisions, what's to prevent, Branson from saying, okay, well, here's our hours of events. So we can provide a event for, this teacher, various new groups. I'm just wondering there's major events, but then there's also other activities. And if we don't limit it by events, how do we know it's limited? How do we, because it's just by hours.
Great. So, we are currently not allowed to have outside groups using our facilities. The CYO group that has been playing there, I think since the early 80s, was sort of grandfathered in as we had the discussion last year until this process came forward of our potential new use permit. That is up to the town. We are happy to share our facilities, but sharing our facilities means bringing more traffic. So if the town decides that it's not good for us to have the CYO use our gym on Saturdays and Sundays, we will abide by that. we look to you to tell us what level of use we can have for our outside groups. As I said, we're willing to share as much as we can, but again, it's sort of a double-edged sword because it does bring traffic to campus.
Yeah, hey, Chris, and Councilmember Breckus, I think I understand your question, so I'd like to take a stab at.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind. First of all, good evening, everyone. My name is Riley Hurd. I'm also part of the Branson application team, been advising them through this process. So the answer is what will limit the intensity of use during those hours is the trip limits. So for the first time in the history of the Branson school, there will be a limit on the number of trips that can take place per day. This has never existed before. So yes, it might be open from 9 to 5 or sunrise to sunset or whatever it may be, but you can only have as many trips are as allowed under the TDMP. So that's how you end up really limiting the use during that time period, as opposed to the large special events for which there's a cap of 10 proposed. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Riley.
I think it remains an issue of concern, but I'm happy to move on. I wanted to understand the idea that Branson can eliminate all parent drop-off. And I guess one of my questions was, is that realistic? I mean, the number of times I take my child to Ross School alone is a lot because, she has an ortho appointment. She has, so I mean, the assumption was 0, and that seemed not 100% realistic. And so I'm just wondering, why do you think, so someone wakes up late, they are 20 minutes late, now they don't have a bus option, they got to get to school, or they've got a dentist appointment, or whatever the situation is. How can we assume 0?
Yes, so the 0 is at peak hours. So drop off in the morning and pick up in the afternoon when school's starting and when school's ending. If a student sleeps in or has an ortho appointment and comes at 10 or 11, that would be allowed because that is not a peak hour. That's what's in the proposal. So that's where we are. I mean, we're pretty confident we can get our community to do what we ask them to do.
Okay, another question.
Can I add one thing to that, Councilmember Breckus? To that response, and that is, again, if they can't change the behaviors, then the TDMP won't work. They won't meet the trip limits, and they won't get the additional students, because the way this is set up is if the monitoring reveals that the TDMP is not successful in net neutral traffic, and one of the big levers to pull is this drop-offs issue, then they don't get the next 25 students. They get exposed to significant financial penalties and eventually enrollment rollbacks. So it's a great question, and I hope they can change those behaviors. But again, the trip limits are the hammer here.
Well, and to speak to that, I just want to be clear. Nobody wants to have the hammer. What we want is to avoid the hammer. We don't want to be mean to Branson, mean to Branson families and impose fines or rollbacks. So this is our opportunity to kind of get it right and not to, end up in the difficult position. And so that I hope you understand that the goal is, the penalties are great, but they're important because obviously penalties do matter, but at the same time, we don't want to go there. So, trying to make sure that we won't ever go there as a two-way group is what we really would want. I had a real consideration of traffic beyond Ross's borders. As many of you know, to soccer in San Rafael, dance class in Mill Valley, you hit a log jam going down Sir Francis Drake. And Chris, you'll remember from when I spoke with you and Claudia that I said, it's not enough that it just be in the town of Ross. We don't want to see new traffic at the hub, heading on to Sir Francis Drake and everything else, 'cause it's already a disaster. And I had a bit of a concern about that. And I wonder if your people can speak to it, because it seemed to me that remote drop off is kind of not really specified. It's, hey, we might drop off first off in Ross on Laurel Grove or Lagunitas, or, you know, at Bon Air. And I'm not sure where that is. And if you have contractual agreements with Bon Air Shopping Center to carpool there, but I'd love to understand what you're thinking. And I wonder, do you have a plan to have carpools that are outside of Sir Francis Drake?
Yeah, I'd like to ask David Parisi to answer that question.
Sure, I'll start. I think a successful plan, again, since there'll be 25 students per year, will be flexible, and we'll look at the demographics and the origins of these trips. The school has lots of levers to push and pull to make this a success. And so, you know, David Hanson, I'll actually turn to you a little bit too about some of the ideas that we've been talking about, you know, the locations, arrangements, buses, all those kind of things. You know, just year by year, you'll be making adjustments to make it happen. You're on mute.
We don't have any signed contracts at this point because we're not sure if our application will be approved. We've had discussions with multiple parties. So we've had discussions with College Marin, with the University of Redlands Seminary Campus, and we're relying heavily on our bus provider, Bowers, that's been operating in Marin for about 35 years to help us with those locations. So all of the discussions so far have been very positive, and our goal is to dilute, you know, use dilution to remote areas so that no one area is overly impacted.
Yeah.
But we don't get blamed by Kentfield or San Anselmo or San Rafael for doing that.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I read that a lot of your faculty and staff would also live in areas that would be encompassed by these new bus routes. And I'm wondering if you are contemplating having the staff also hop on a bus.
Absolutely.
You want to take that? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a few who currently use our buses. We are in the process now of developing and we knew what we're calling the Marin route, the Marin bus route. So we run buses right now to the East Bay and also to and from San Francisco. We have shuttles that go to San Rafael to the train station as a hub where students and faculty and staff can get off. And we want to develop a Marin route that would be, think about sort of from Novato down through Kentfield or Sausalito, and we will encourage all of our employees, staff and faculty to use the buses. But we do have some who currently do that when they need to.
Are there any other
We're
questions?
also, just to let you know, Councilmember, we're also in partnership with Marin Academy and with MPMS, and we're trying very hard to create a Marin collaborative for bus routes so that all schools can share at times different routes. And we're also in discussions with our bus company about moving to electric buses. So that is something that's very important to me. I'm an environmentalist. It's something that's very important to Chris in the school. So all those discussions are absolutely happening.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, first off, did Branson do other traffic studies besides the ones in the Parisi report?
Well, we've done traffic studies, you know, ongoing for years. But the most recent ones are the ones we used for this report. I don't know if David or Riley want to expound upon that.
Well, there's a difference between traffic studies and traffic counts. So the school, we were actually really lucky. The school had done traffic counts over at least a few of the recent pre-COVID years, which is how we were even able to have the baseline data. But to me, when I think of a traffic study, and perhaps what you're referencing is then an analysis of all those counts and so on and so forth, that was the Parisi report that was submitted.
Separate from that, have there been other studies that have counted or done analysis of traffic in the last 7 years?
Not that I know of, but I'd have to defer to others if they are aware of any.
I mean, since I've been here, this is the one that we prepared for this application is the one that I know about.
And I understand that this was the one prepared for this application, but separate from that, have there been other studies in the last seven years?
I don't know. I haven't been here for 7 years. Not since I've been here. Not since I've been here. No.
No other traffic.
Just the traffic counts every year, which we analyze.
And what are the traffic counts every year that you've analyzed?
Gosh, I'm gonna have to ask David David's done the Parisi has done our traffic counts, and I don't have them. I don't have those numbers at the top of my head.
Yeah, and hello, I'm looking at the report to the counts that we have in the report are from 2016, 2019, 18 and 2019. And my memory may be fading, but I don't recall doing traffic assessments before that time.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think maybe other consultants may have done something, but again, I'm not aware.
Can we take a look at the other consultants' traffic studies besides what has been reported?
We don't have any, so maybe if there's something specific you're talking about, we could try to look for it.
I'm not talking about anything other than what was just mentioned, as we didn't do any, but there were other consultants that did it. And so I'm wondering if we could look at those.
David, did Parisi, did other consultants do studies?
I don't know. It's possible, but not that I'm aware of. Usually we want counts that are pretty up to date, right? As much pre-COVID as possible, but not that it's possible, but I'm not aware of them. Riley.
I do remember that the town hired some consultants to do a study, I think the year or two before the ballot measure. And they hired an independent consultant to do those studies. So perhaps that's where the information you're looking for is.
Okay, so separate from that, the Branson has not.
No.
Okay, so I'll ask for staff to provide that. And can you tell me, and I don't know who to direct this to, but the report that was done by Parisi, did it look at entrances into the main campus as well as the back parking lot?
David, do you want to take that?
Yeah, and by back parking lot, you're referring to the parking lot. Just look at the map right now.
Yes, I believe it's both.
Yeah,
but
yes, it did. It was the counts are for all trips to campus, main parking lot and the back parking lot. And again, we also looked at the trips on Bolinas that are using St. Anselm's.
And so was there one of those traffic, you roll over onto the San Selma lot? Because the staff report said that wasn't done. So I got confused because I couldn't tell from your report. From your report, it was like vague, but from the staff report, it said that was not done.
Councilmember Breckus, if I could just interject, the staff report was incorrect. According to the documentation, the traffic counts were conducted at the San Anselmo slot as well.
Meaning the, whatever, those, what do you call those things? The little strip that you drive across and it counts.
Counters?
Yeah, there's a couple ways to do counts, or there's actually several ways, right? You can do it with those pneumatic tubes, which I think you're talking about. They can be done digitally with video, and that's what you're seeing a lot nowadays. And then also manually by people. So, I don't remember exactly the technique on these, but they were very consistent year to year to the different locations.
It seemed like what I read, and I'm kind of, there's been so many things. There was the strip across at the campus, and that was not clear whether it was the main campus or the back parking lot, but you're saying it's both. But then into San Anselmo, that sends them a lot. You're saying that was also done.
That was done manually because not all the trips are in and out of the parking lot. There has been some trips on Polinas Avenue that were drop off. So those counts were done manually by people actually counting trips in and out of the St. Anselm's parking lot, as well as trips on Polinas Avenue that didn't go into the St. Anselm's parking lot.
Can you tell me what manually means? Does that mean
Yeah.
eyeballing, or does that mean assumptions, or what does that mean?
No, it's an accurate count where somebody who's been trained in how to do traffic counts will actually take, for instance, a clipboard and they're watching the behavior and what the turning movements are doing. So a lot of times intersection counts are done manually. You'll see people out there taking counts, and they break them into every single turning movement by 15-minute periods. And that's one of the techniques.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had is, how do we know what the counts are, given that it seems potentially likely that people are dropping kids off, you know, in front of the school, and then they're walking in and stuff like that? How do we have that kind of reliability?
Well, that would be in the counts, because the counts are down Fernhill as you come to the school.
Okay, so they're not across. I was thinking that, you know, you have the pillars and then you have.
No, they're not straight across. They're down about, I don't know, David, you can correct me, but like 20 or 30 feet from the entrance to the school.
Correct. Yeah, you don't want cars sitting over a tube. The cars need to continually move. So.
Okay, so it's Fernhill counts essentially.
On driveway. So at two locations. So inside the driveway, inside the gates, just inside, and then also at the parking lots off of, in and out of the school.
So not just in the parking lots, but on Fernhill Road, so that you capture people who drop off in front of the school and drive on. It would capture those.
Yes, actually. Yes, we don't let people drop off in
Right.
front. They have to drop off in the back lot, which is covered by one of the counters.
Correct.
And do you think that that really doesn't happen? That people don't just drive up and say, get out of the car and go in?
Well, actually, we stand there. I stand there, and my other administrators stand there, and the people we've hired stand at each on Glenwood and Fernhill, at the back lot, at our front lot, and on Fernhill and Norwood and Shady and Bolinas every morning and every afternoon to make sure that that's not happening.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
That doesn't sound very sustainable as a system.
No, it's not. And so, obviously I'm trying to run the school. So we have hired outside people to be at all of those places each morning and each afternoon. And they've been there now for, I don't know, David, we did it here within our employees for about 8 months. And about 3 months ago, we hired folks. Is that right?
That's correct. You're right, Chris. We hired 5 people and we'll likely hire 1 to 2 more.
Yep.
Councilmember McMillan.
Are those people that you're planning on keeping for a long time? Those traffic monitor people?
Yes.
Well, that's part of our application as something we would do for the foreseeable future, to make sure that our cars are not turning left on Shady as they come up Bolinas, or speeding, or going through stop signs, or rolling through stop signs. That's why we started it a year ago, is to make sure that our folks are obeying the rules of the road.
Was it a required part of the management plan, though? I didn't see that. I thought it was a suggestion.
No, it wasn't a
sounds like an
required
excellent
part of the
one.
management plan. It wasn't a part of the required management plan. We started doing it last spring.
I mean, the one going forward, is it a requirement of the traffic management plan with your new application? The way I read it was you were promising to hire an administrator, but I didn't read that there was a promise to keep those people on the street.
Our plan is to do that, is to keep those people as well as a full-time person.
Councilmember Breckus, do you have another question?
Well, with things that we hear, for example, like this is what we're going to do going forward, do you have any objection to us adding these as conditions? Like, for example, if, we're going to continue to have these monitors at all these different locations. if we put those into conditions of approval, is there an objection to that?
Well, I don't know what exactly you're speaking about. What conditions of approval?
For example, the monitors.
No, we put that into place ourselves and would like to and plan to keep that in place.
The answer is no objection. It's fine.
No objection. We have no objection. No, no. Sorry, I wasn't understanding your line of questioning.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I'm just trying to understand, where we can all reach agreement on various things.
Absolutely.
And then in the resolution, there's something called Friends of Branson. That's referenced in the resolution. And I probably should ask this of staff as well, but I don't really know what that means. Maybe that's a term of art that you guys use within your working. Do you know?
I don't know what that refers to actually. Patrick, do you?
Are we discussing in the TDM plan?
Friends of Branson? I don't remember seeing that exact wording, but
in the resolution, it talks about events for, quote, Friends of Branson.
Oh, I think that would probably be alumni events and parent events.
So if we amended it to say something like alumni events and parents events, that's not a problem for you because that's what it means.
Fundraising events. I think that's what we're talking about.
Is it just to clarify so I can track this down, are you referring to the proposed conditions of approval or to the preamble to the resolution itself?
Give me a moment. It's on 15. That the auditorium be restricted for the use of Branson School assemblies, special alumni, faculty, parents, and friends of Branson School.
And so I believe that's coming from the original resolution.
Yes, so if we're going to restate it, maybe we could make it more specific. So we,
I think it is. Number 15 is restated without Friends of Branson. Oh, yes, no, sorry, it still says Friends of the Branson School. You're right. Yeah, so we can clarify
we can
that.
definitely update that language.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know if that meant like Ross School, and I'm not trying to be restrictive. I'm just trying to, as we're trying.
No, I don't think, I think if Ross School or any other organization outside of Branson wanted to use the campus, we would have to come to the town for a use permit amendment. That's not what we intended in saying Friends of Branson.
Okay. So I feel like I should say this before we close it for public comment, but one of my biggest questions is, the fact that we don't have a geographic limit in enhancement of this increase is a concern to me, because when I think of people being able to walk and bike, I think that that's going to happen if you're living within a mile or 2 or 3 of Branson. And so, it becomes easier to walk and bike. It becomes easier to carpool because you're not like, talking about 10 neighborhoods in San Francisco or the East Bay. It becomes easier to know that those people are familiar with the fact that Branson is slotted into this tiny little neighborhood with people. And so one of the things I've asked about, and I've said it before to you, is I'd like to see your 100-person increase be 100 people located within, a certain mile radius. I don't know what the right mile is, of Branson. And I know there could be concerns about, or there has been suggestion about, issues of diversity, but if it's 100 people that have to be within a certain mile radius, then you still have 320 people that you can choose from outside of the area. And as I told you, Chris, I went to Ross School when half the class then went on to Branson. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think just people have different, that's just not what I see happening. So the goal is not to get to that, but the goal would be, or my thought on that proposal is to really bolster up the carpooling, the walking, the biking, and the knowledge of where this school is in relation to a community. And so I just want to put that out there. It's still something that I think is a real nexus to your application. And, I still think it's a really good requirement because I think it takes Branson into, having this robust local community school that, could really minimize some of these things. And if I had 100% belief in this traffic plan, and I just will be honest and say I don't, I think it's like super ambitious and not, I have some questions on the findings, but I don't see you guys getting to, net neutral with what you proposed, or even if what you proposed was net neutral, which I don't think it totally is, because I think it's building in buffers and that kind of thing. And I think that, I guess I want to also preface that I'm not trying to obstruct the 100-person add-on. I really am just trying to put the parameters on that make sense for this community. Don't look at, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and people being like, what did you do? And I see the more robust walking, biking as the most realistic and one that you can actually require. I mean, you can say, yeah, you live in Ross, you don't get to drive your car to the campus. You can walk. You live in San Anselmo within 3 miles of this, you have to carpool. It just seems like the strongest way that you guys can require it. And separately, it eliminates, bad traffic that is already existing at the hub and on Sir Francis Drake. And as someone who's driven kids to soccer and everything else around this thing, I can tell you it's a disaster. And so just fixing the problem around Glenwood, Fernhill, and Shady and Bolinas, in my mind, isn't enough. I know I told you this and Claudia this when I met you, that was going to be something I was really going to be concerned about. And I was even more concerned when I read the traffic report, because it really doesn't seem to address surrounding area traffic.
There's a question in there, but I do want to say the proof is in the pudding, because there are very drastic measures if we don't meet our traffic counts.
I don't want drastic measures, though. I don't want them.
Okay.
Do
you have something you want to add?
Riley, before you go, let me just interject real quickly, and then you can say what you need to say. I want to keep this focused to questions of the applicant for right now before we open up public hearing. But Riley, go ahead and respond to whatever you wanted to say.
Sure, thanks, Ben. Technical response to your question is that is what VMT analysis is, and that's vehicle miles traveled. And we thoroughly looked at that, had it peer reviewed. So I just wanted to throw that out there for your consideration. Second thing would be that the interesting thing about the more remote students is they're the ones that absolutely ride the shuttles and do not drive. They get picked up, and just so you know, they're not diesel spewing buses. They're actually vans that are sent to the East Bay and where these folks come from. And the final thing is there's a real significant equity and maybe even legal issue with mileage restrictions at private schools, particularly when part of this is about diversity. And Nathalio really pointed out that geographic diversity is part of diversity. So I just want to throw those out there, that the miles traveled has been thoroughly analyzed.
Well, is there really a problem though? Because if you had 100 student restriction on a certain geographic limit, and assuming the argument that there would be, you know, by drawing that, you're less diverse at that point. But then you have 320 students that you could draw from everywhere you want. And to the extent you want that diversity,
Let's just say the line is Marin County.
75% that you're going to have. So I guess that's a question.
Yeah, so let's just say the
I,
line.
I would, Riley, excuse me, I would
Sure,
suggest.
sorry, I
that
thought
we-
you were asking a question.
I suggest that we would get into, let the council finish their questioning of the applicant and then hear from the public. And we can then further discuss amongst the council member Breckus ideas.
Councilmember McMillan, do you have a question for the applicant?
No, it's a remnant. I'm sorry.
Okay, and fine. So it looks like there are no more questions for the applicant. Thank you very much for the presentation and thank you for your helpful answers. I think we should take a short break. Let's take 5 minutes and then we will open up the public hearing. So my phone says it's 8:52, so 8:57, we will reconvene and it will be the public hearing. Thank you. Thank you. Now, members of the public have an opportunity to comment on the project. This is the only time during the meeting when members of the public will have the opportunity to speak. Please use the raise hand icon and Linda, our town clerk, will let you into the meeting. Please introduce yourself, where you live, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. In the interest of time, if you agree with previous speakers, it's fine to just say that. And if you've sent an email and want to say, I sent an email and these, summarize your comments briefly, we've read all the emails and it's fine to just say that. Linda, can you please start bringing in members of the public who've asked to speak? And remember, these are comments. Town council members can't respond to these comments.
Okay, first one's Colby Collette. Go ahead, Colby.
I wonder, Linda, if you could bring 2 or 3 in at a time.
Okay,
and then
I'll
they
do that.
speak,
Oh, sorry, we're having some feedback here. Anyway, I sent a letter. We live directly across the street at 40 Fernhill. I'm sorry, we're having some feedback.
But we hear you.
Anyway, I've sent a letter to the town council. We've been neighbors with the school for 5 years plus, and we can attest to the fact that the traffic is extremely minimal. I've never seen a student be dropped off in front of the pillars across the street. I know Branson has been a great neighbor. They have attested to the fact that they will continue to be. We've lived in town for 13 years, and I would certainly share with you if they were not complying with anything that they've agreed to. So we are very much in support of them. And I would love any questions directed to me about how the traffic bothers us on a daily basis, because we are living it every minute of the day. So please ask me if there's ever been an issue, or if you have any questions about traffic. I'm living it, so ask away.
Thank you very much. Linda, who is next?
Next is Mark Krishnit.
Thank you. Mayor Robbins and council members, as always, thank you for your time and service. And Patrick and Meredith, that was an excellent and thorough staff report. About a year ago, my neighbor Molly Gamble reached out and asked me to be part of the neighborhood working group that was referenced here earlier tonight with the immediate neighbors next to Branson. I live on Norwood. and people who were unaffiliated with the school. And the purpose was to clarify how they could do their expansion while not negatively impacting the neighborhood. We met several times. The main focus, although everyone didn't agree at all times, there were a lot of great, well-informed views from the neighbors. And the majority of the focus was certainly on making sure that Branson would be able to complete the traffic obligations spelled out in the ballot measure. After several meetings in response to neighborhood feedback, Branson made multiple changes to their TDMP. And to me, the most important were having a outside independent group that was going to monitor it on an ongoing in an ongoing situation. And also they were going to have a neighborhood partnership group whereby residents can have a channel of communication with the school. I think these were very good changes to the original plan and show a good commitment. At the end of that, a group of us in that neighborhood working group submitted to you a letter in support of Branson's expansion plan. And in the end, that letter was signed by 50 Ross residents who live on the feeder streets to Branson. And I think the fact that we had 50 signatures on that shows that there was a very good collaboration, and it was quite an accomplishment. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Charles Green.
Hi, Chuck Green. I work at Cedars of Marin, live in Novato. Thanks for the opportunity to share some brief thoughts on the partnership that Branson and Cedars have crafted over the years, especially as it relates to Branson's commitment to excellence and be a great community asset. In a word, our relationship has been fabulous. And it's been fabulous because it's been very meaningful to both Cedars clients and Branson's students and faculty. As most of you, I hope, know, Cedars has been in Ross for 102 years, and over much of that time, not surprisingly, because of the stigmatization surrounding adults with developmental disabilities, Cedars is kind of hidden out, not getting too involved in the community much and not wanting to make waves. That changed about 12 or so years ago when we realized an essential part of our mission was, in fact, to destigmatize what it means for a person to have a developmental disability. So we reached out to some schools, some other nonprofits, and even businesses with great responses. But the organization that stepped up in the most heartfelt and meaningful ways was Branson. Together, we created Best Buddies program, where students from Branson make a year-long commitment to pair up with Cedars clients, not just to work on projects together throughout the year, but to be friends, to be there for each other. As a result of this great effort, the program won a National Game Changer and Friendship Award from Best Buddies International. When Cedars wanted to have some kind of celebration of our 100-year anniversary in which clients could participate, the Branson School offered their beautiful Commons building as a venue. The Best Buddies Club said, we've got it covered. And as a result, we held a formal ball there for all Cedars clients. And Best Buddies helped organize from start to finish, doing everything. During the pandemic, we collaborated on a project with Branson art students and clients, culminating in a very successful art show in San Anselmo. We're now working on a joint puppetry class between the two groups that we fully expect to be terrific. Those are just some of the ways Branson is committed to be a fabulous community partner to Cedars, and I'm sure to many other groups. And this comes from the commitment Branson educators made to Cedars and their own students. Running a nonprofit or school is pretty daunting, especially when you want to excel and especially when you have very few ways of earning needed income. But the excellence both Cedars and Branson have experienced over the years comes in a very large part because of the commitment of the communities in which we operate. And it's that community support which provides the margin of excellence that's so beneficial. But to be really excellent, every school or nonprofit has to strive to be cost effective and financially sustainable. And the community has to find ways to make that support possible. It's the only way then they accomplish their mission. And so Branson doesn't want to grow just to get bigger. They've determined that to be slightly bigger will make them significantly better. And it's crucial for the students who attend now and in the future really understand that. And I'd really deeply hope that Ross and
I'm sorry, your time is up. Can you wrap it up, please?
Do everything possible to support their amazing asset, not to thwart it.
Thank you.
Next is Molly Gamble.
Hi, council members and Mayor Robbins. I'm at 14 Norwood Avenue. I've been a neighbor, Branson, here for 24 years. And I'd like to recommend that the council calls a special meeting between now and the February council meeting. It's been pointed out that there were 6 public meetings regarding dogs on the common. And I really hope and plan that you know, Branson's application is not going to go nearly through such an exhaustive conversation. But I think that the community needs a little more time to give input. I think the council might need some more time to absorb and understand the materials that they just recently got, as well as all of us. There's a lot of information here. It's a complicated application. I think that is really important to acknowledge. And you have a detailed TDMP plan to understand, and the trip calculations that support net neutrality and the CEQA exemption. There's all of the conditions of the use permit and all that entails. There's the safety issues, which really haven't been discussed at all and kind of kicked down the road. Maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe it isn't. And, you know, the financial impact to the town, which also hasn't been discussed. So I think each of these things deserves some time. And, you know, this is the first public conversation we've had on this topic. And I am a supporter of the Branson expansion. And I have been a big proponent all along of pragmatic solutions and engagement with Branson and the town about candid feedback. And you know, now we get to discuss it in public, and I think we should. And I'd love to have the town consider a special meeting, because I'm very cognizant of the application timeline coming up here in February. So I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Next is Bill Cahill.
Hello, my name's Bill Cahill. I want to thank the council members for their service. I'm a former mayor and council member for the town, and I continue to reside at 120 Lagunitas. My sons went to Ross School, then to Branson, and Branson has been their most impactful education. Thousands of Branson graduates are making important contributions to the world. Much of the credit for their success is due to Branson. Branson is one of the top secondary schools in the country. It would be a tragedy if Branson was forced to move or was unable to continue to provide an exceptional education for Bay Area high schoolers. The economics of running a school are much more challenging than in the 90s when my boys attended. We're all aware of the cost of living, that the cost of living has ballooned in Marin. As you have heard, quality teachers require substantial increases in compensation. Branson can't continue to offer a quality program without an increase in enrollment. All material adverse impacts of an increased enrollment have been or will be mitigated. I do not understand why anyone who fully understands Branson's mission and operations would oppose this. So I encourage you to vote in favor of Branson's application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Edward McDermott.
Thank you, Mayor Robbins and the town council members, for all you're doing. My wife Betsy and I and our girls are Ross residents and do not have a direct connection with Branson. Our family lives on Glenwood Avenue, so we are proximate neighbors of the school. we strongly believe that Branson is a major asset for the town of Ross. And it's a big draw for families who are considering living here to have a world-class school, independent school in our backyard. We also recognize that schools need to evolve over time. And we believe that the growth plan that Branson has presented is an appropriate request to keep this important institution thriving here in Ross. We've certainly partaken of and participated as we've seen Branson working closely with the community, and we believe they put forward a very thoughtful and substantive plan to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood, and think the transportation plan is a very meaningful investment by the school that will allow Branson to utilize different tools and strategies to ensure that operations remain sensitive to the community. As a close neighbor, we can also attest to Branson's consistent track record as a considerate neighbor. So I think along with 60% of our electorate and Ross citizens, we fully support the school's plan to grow to 420 students. We'd also respectfully like to ask this town council to continue to act with real urgency and not delay this further, following through on the clear will of Ross voters. It's been 22 months since, since Measure F was a 60-40 landslide vote. Very rarely do you have that strong and clear of a direction from our town. We think that Ross voters were very thoughtful in that vote. They were very engaged and took into account a lot of the questions that have been discussed tonight. And they're important ones, but we think that was part of what Ross voters took into account when they overwhelmingly voted to approve Branson's responsible plan, and thought that the importance to our community of having a world-class school outweighed the any potential concerns. So, as we think about this, we know it's an ongoing mutually beneficial relationship between Branson and the town of Ross. In any relationship, it obviously requires good faith and trust on both sides. It's impossible to anticipate every issue up front, but hopefully everyone agrees to work together and figure those out together. And we believe that, we've seen Branson act in good faith. We know our town can act in good faith and help them move on this path, and hope we can all move this forward. So we please ask you to urge you to follow the clear will of Ross voters and to move this forward with alacrity and try to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Damon Kirby.
Thank you, Mayor Robbins. I'm David Kirby from San Anselmo, and I'm sure that you all, as residents of Ross and members of the town council, want nothing but a world-class school to represent Ross to the wider community, to the Bay Area, to California. And in the next 3 minutes, I'd like to show you how the expansion of Branson and its student body will help that happen. In the 40 years I've been associated with Branson as a faculty member, a two-time trustee, a board member, a parent, and an interim head of school, one of the school's significant developments has been its growing emphasis on recruiting a diverse student body, diverse in all senses of the word. The school truly believes that diversity, along with equity and inclusion, are essential components in a vibrant, high-achieving, and caring environment. And I'm certain that's the kind of institution you want and you'd like to see in Ross. So what does this have to do with tonight? Your vote to allow the gradual expansion of Branson from its current small size of 320 to 420 students will enhance diversity in several ways. First, there'll simply be more slots available for students from a wide spectrum of socioeconomic diversity, students of color, students with different backgrounds and perspectives. And yes, there'll be more slots open for students from Ross. Second, having 100 additional tuitions and a greater number of families that those represent will significantly enhance the financial aid line item from beyond the current healthy $2.8 million, as well as enlarging the school's giving base. Third, a larger gene pool in a metaphorical sense will attract a broader cross-section of students to become interested in and apply to Branson. Being in a shaded glen in the heart of 94957 has its deep and lasting beauties, but it also poses great challenges for creating a diverse community, and a somewhat larger student body will certainly help overcome those. Branson wants to be an institution and a resource in a community that all of Ross can be proud to call its own, allowing it to expand, which will enable it to be more diverse and more vibrant, will help it be just that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next is Matthew Salter.
Hello, council members. Wow. What a long night. Thank you all for your service. I mean, I can, being on RPOA, I sometimes complain when I have a 2-hour meeting. So really just want to thank you all for, for taking so much time to talk about this issue. And I really want to thank Chris Mazzola and the team at Branson. What an impressive presentation. And I mean, the time and resources you guys have put into this, it's beyond me that people could spend this much time worrying about such a small issue like this. I am just shocked. Branson is such a treasure, and I think there's just no doubt in anyone's mind why so many smart people here are wasting so much time on this topic. The traffic issue is such a red herring. I can't even believe it. If you care about traffic, why is Sir Francis Drake only one lane in each direction in the town of Ross? If you really care about making traffic flow better through Marin, expand that and put a train down it. It's such a red herring. You're blaming the entire county's traffic problems on this small school expanding with really not a lot more kids. I mean, spending all this time talking about traffic is just absurd. The Marin County has lots of traffic problems because of the NIMBYism that's so apparent in a lot of the criticism of this proposal. That's really what's going on here. The second thing I wanted to say is the geographic zone brought up by Councilmember Breckus just really is so off the mark. If anything, the geographic expansion should be outside of this area. We need to bring equity to this community. Every face I see on here is a white face, a wealthy face. This school needs to bring in people from areas that really deserve a chance at going to such an elite institution. It is just off the mark to think otherwise. And lastly, with the pandemic and all the problems that we have, to worry about a small amount of traffic that has been thought about way too hard. It's just so hard to believe that that's really the crisis issue this town faces, and that the council needs to spend so much time thinking about is some incremental traffic in the context of a pandemic, and where we need our best and brightest and students to really have access to the amazing education that Branson provides. So really try to take a bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Bob Dickinson.
Hey, Linda. My name is Bob Dickinson. My family and I live at 41 Glenwood Avenue. First of all, thank you to the town council for your leadership. We are in full support of increasing Branson's enrollment as specified. Let me provide the lenses through which I arrive at that conclusion. Our daughter recently graduated from the Branson School. My wife, Catherine Pedno, works for Branson School. I served on the Ross School board with Mayor Robbins and as town council liaison during the transformative opening of the new Ross School and Gymnasium Theater. And my father served as a high school principal spanning 3 decades, so I grew up understanding the workings of schools. I have 3 reasons why I support Branson increasing its enrollment. Branson needs minimum sufficient scale. Branson and our town enjoy a symbiotic relationship, and Branson is a wonderful neighbor. Minimum sufficient scale. When I first joined the Ross School Board, the first question I asked was, what's the school's minimum sufficient scale? Schools need minimum efficient scale to cover fixed and semi-variable costs, but also minimum sufficient scale to compete with other school alternatives. The town benefits from having the best schools in the county and beyond. The town council said as much when it allowed Ross School to upgrade its facilities and programs. A couple of town council members said that if our schools are strong, our property values will increase. Increasing enrollment at Branson can have the same effect. symbiotic relationship between Branson and our town. We appreciate what Branson and its students afford the town, from tutoring Ross School students, performing at town events, coordinating activities with the Cedars, and providing countless others. One of my favorite memories was our daughter's junior talent show at Branson. At the first evening performance, 4 town council members sat near the front row. At a subsequent afternoon performance, Ross School 8th graders and their parents filled up 3 rows in Jewett Theater. Increasing enrollment will allow Branson to offer more robust programs for its students and the benefit of the town. And finally, Branson is a wonderful neighbor. We've lived at 41 Glenwood for 23 years. Under Branson's current administration, we enjoy frequent communications and a respect for neighbors' well-being. You couldn't ask for a better neighbor. It's in all of our interests that Branson thrive on a positive upward trajectory, the same way the town council did for the Ross School. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is, I think it's Leighton.
Yes, Leighton. Hi. Nice to see you all. I'm a senior at Branson. I'm also an intern with the county government, so I really appreciate you guys being on here. So as has been mentioned, an increase in students would directly improve our school life in many ways. But the question that's really at hand here is whether Branson will survive the next century. And the ultimate reason that I think it must, from a student perspective, is because of its mission of preparing students to lead lives of consequence and to use that privilege of an excellent education in the service of others. And that's really why I'm here, on a school night with 4 months left of my high school career. I'm not going to actually benefit from the increase in students, but it's not because I love this school, although I do. It's because I believe in its purpose. As has been mentioned, Branson directly benefits Ross in myriad ways, from service programs to patronizing local businesses. But I think Branson's greatest contribution to this town is that it's one of the many ways that Ross makes a positive difference by being home to this institution that helps raise conscientious leaders that we need in the world. And to me, that's worth preserving. And I know this is a technical process. I know it's very complicated and I can't fully appreciate all the nuance of it. But I think a concerted effort would be beneficial both to town of Ross and Branson students and to the world beyond. So for that and many other reasons, I ask the council to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Patty Treadwell.
I don't know why my picture's not there. Anyway, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Robbins and council members. My name is Patty Treadwell, and I have lived in Ross for 60 years. I've spent much time serving the community. I'm currently serving on the Ross Leadership Council, and I recently joined the Ross Age-Friendly Task Force that is working to make Ross an age-friendly community. In fact, the task force has talked with Branson with hopes to partner with them on some projects in the near future. My 4 children all graduated from Ross School, where I was a member of the PTA. I have also served as a trustee at Branson and as a trustee at Cedars, and I have been a member of the Marin Art and Garden Center. It is my belief that all of these long-standing landmark institutions in Ross are important to Ross, its vitality and character, and all deserve this town's support, including Branson. Tonight, I am here to voice my support for Branson's application to expand by 100 students. During my 60 years in Ross, many children have benefited from a Branson education. Hundreds, if not thousands of them were from Ross. And many of them are living in Ross and contributing to our community today. Allowing Branson to grow will allow more Ross students to attend Branson, as well as many other deserving students who seek admission every year. Having had 3 grandchildren at Branson in the last 5 years, I believe that the current leadership at Branson will handle the growth in enrollment carefully and responsibly. I have had firsthand experience watching them handle the challenges of COVID. They worked hard to keep their students and faculty safe and were one of the first schools in Marin to reopen fully to in-person learning last fall. They have said they are committed to being a good neighbor, and I believe them. They have a very thorough traffic and parking plan to make it work. Let's give them the opportunity to grow and educate the next generation of children. I hope that Branson remains a vibrant Ross institution far into the future. If we lose Branson, we would be losing a major contributor to the character of our town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Eva Lacey.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Eva Lacey, and I'm a junior at Branson. And like Layton, my grade will also not get to have the benefits of an increase, but I love Branson and its mission, and I hope that the grades to come will have more students in their classes. I believe that you should increase the enrollment at Branson because it will expand the diversity of thought. One of the things I most value is the opportunity to study with a wide range of people. We all have different ways of thinking and opinions, both in the classroom and outside the classroom. I remember looking at current events in my ethics class, and I didn't realize that I was so set in my own perspective until I heard the opinions of my classmates, which led me to completely alter my previous notions about the event. High school is a place to find yourself, and what better way to do that than to get to know many different types of people. Our classmates are different mirrors that reflect back at us different parts of ourselves that maybe we didn't even know existed yet. It would be amazing to get to know, to share experiences with, and to share opinions with more people. Supporting this application would enhance the diversity of thought and the full possibility of Branson students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Justin Slan.
Good evening, and thank you, council members, for giving us the time to speak. My name is Justin Slayan, and I am currently a sophomore at Branson. I personally chose to attend Branson for high school because I have always felt that the school values the importance of community. While I have loved every minute of my time at Branson so far, I know that some of my classes, as well as extracurricular activities, have been limited due to our small class sizes. For example, at Branson, we are given the privilege during our junior and senior years to take a variety of seminar classes that allow us to dive deeper into specific topics that we as students are interested in. Having more students would allow us not only to have more offerings, but also allow us to take classes with students with different viewpoints and perspectives, creating a more engaging conversation in class. My elementary school was wonderful, but small and had limited diversity. Being at Branson, I am able to be in classes with people from all different backgrounds, which I have loved. I believe that bringing in a modest number of new students within each grade level will further enrich the educational and social experiences for us all. Please vote to support Branson's growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ethan Klosik.
Good evening, council. I'm a senior at Branson. My name is Ethan. As a student, I believe that it is essential to create a more diverse community at Branson, both with regard to our socioeconomic diversity and cultural diversity. The phased student increase will provide resources to supplement financial aid for students from a various background, both culturally and socioeconomically. And I can attest to this personally. I'm very, very grateful for the opportunities that, Branson has given me over these last 4 years. And I truly believe it has had a very tremendous impact on my development, both intellectually, academically, athletically, but overall, my character. And that's something that I'm truly grateful for. Ultimately, we want our school community to represent, not just the intellectual and academic diversity of the world, but also the cultural diversity and the socioeconomic diversity. And I really think that bringing in students from all types of backgrounds and really having a really proximate setting and culture is vital. Ultimately, I hope you guys will support this application to provide new opportunities to more students who want an amazing and holistic Branson education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Stephanie DeMarco.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for all your time on this. I also strongly support Branson's student expansion. We've been neighbors of the school for the past 12 years, first on Norwood and now in the last 6 years on Glenwood Avenue. And the school has always been just a terrific neighbor. We love having them as a neighbor. And quite frankly, the traffic has never been an issue for us. And I think it's a little bit overblown. It is interesting, though, that since David joined and they have instituted voluntarily a lot of more systematic ways to deal with the traffic, the neighborhood feels safer. And a lot of it is just not my neighbors running the stoplight at the stop sign on Fernhill and Glenwood. So I think the changes that they're making, that they're committing to make, are going to be very, very positive. So I feel like a lot of the speakers that Branson is just an amazing institution. It's a wonderful school. It's a principled institution. And they care about educating people and young students, and many of them are our children. And so I just don't understand why, as a community, we're battling that. I think we should actually be working proactively to make things easier for them. And so as a result, I really do hope that that you'll vote to approve the new use permit tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kathy.
I'm sorry, I hope you said me.
Kathy, yes.
Thanks. So I'm Kathy Wilsey. My address is 98 Fernhill. I live across the street from Branson School, and I've been in the house for 32 years and own the property for closer to 35 years. Unlike most of the other people who've spoken tonight, I actually do not support the increase. And my reasons I've articulated numerous times, and I wrote a fairly lengthy email to the town council today. So I don't want to go through everything I stated in my email. But I thought it was interesting tonight, and I think the question for the town council is tonight the night to make these decisions? And to me, the questions that got raised during the course of the evening, were many. In particular, I thought there were very good questions raised by town council members for the staff. And I think I was even more concerned when there weren't very crisp answers from the staff. And I say that in the context of, if the council is going to consider increasing the enrollment, how would it work? How would this get implemented? I do also disagree with neighbors, and I don't know why I'm having a very different experience than my neighbors are with traffic, but I can tell you that in the last 24 hours, I've had to ask Branson School to not have their traffic monitor park her car on my property. I don't mean in front of my property, I mean on my property. So there's still a lot of kinks to work out if enrollment is going to increase or seriously consider to be increased. And I completely agree with what Molly Gamble said today, which is it's a complex topic. This is the first time that it's been brought up to the community. No matter how much folks may love Branson, and I will add, my son went to Branson, had a very good experience. It's a different matter to see to how we might implement a plan that would be very impactful to the community, conceivably over a very long period of time. So I would like to ask the town council not to vote tonight, and a special meeting would be great, but to give everybody a little bit more time, and more importantly, I think the town council to get more time to get crisp answers to the question that they have asked. I don't doubt for a minute that Branson has crisp answers. I don't think staff has crisp answers. And I felt in particular items 11, 12, and maybe it was 13, I was writing notes down as we were going through the course of the evening, looked to me like there might even be expansion of a lot of activities on both the weekends and in the summer months. And those are times I in particular value in the neighborhood because they tend to be more quiet. The students aren't rushing to school. Traffic doesn't seem to be as much an issue. And I would have a lot of concerns about any expansion in use of the school during, in particular, the summer and the weekends. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Amy Schaefer.
Hi, my name is Amy Schaefer. I've lived in Ross 15 years. I've lived at 18 Fernhill for 2 years. When I moved to Fernhill, it was already a point of interest about expansion. It was already being talked about in the neighborhood. I did not know much about it because I moved from across town. I was impressed by how responsive they were. I immediately joined the neighborhood meetings. I understand people think it's a complicated issue. It seems so simple to me. They've been very responsive. I live on the street. I experience whatever traffic issues people think are going on. They've really made a difference. I think they're such a valuable institution. I think it's pretty black and white. I think we value them, they value us, and to have them expand and grow, I think is so important to the town. Again, I'm at 18 Fernhill. I'm right where Norwood, that stop sign is. Having those traffic guards there in the morning and at pickup have made a real difference. And I appreciate that. And I think that's where the rubber hits the road, is when you can see the day-to-day differences. And they really have put their, they really sort of walked the talk and done what they said and made a difference. I don't know. I think they're so valuable. It's an easy answer, and I absolutely support them. And I'm happy to continue to be on their neighborhood committee. I'm happy to give them feedback. Dave Hansen has been very generous with his email, reaching out to the neighbors, being very accessible to all of us. Honestly, it's been a really straightforward issue, and I live 4 houses away. I feel really great about it. I think they've done a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Phil Gutierrez.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, Mayor Robbins and council members. My name is Phil Gutierrez, and I had the pleasure of working at Branson and worked with some of your children when I was at Branson from 1994 to 2017, and I look fondly back at my time there. Branson has a strong local, state, and national reputation. It serves children incredibly well and prepares them to make positive impacts throughout their lives. I'm now the head of school at Marin Primary and Middle School in Larkspur. We have families from Marin County and San Francisco Outer School, and Branson recently helped us with our transportation needs so that fewer cars would be on Marin roads. Having more space for Marin Primary and Middle School 8th graders and other great 8th graders throughout the county at Branson will be a benefit to all of Marin. A bigger student body that has broader representation from different walks of life is a goal for small schools. A larger student body gives the school a deeper social dynamic. It gives the school far more financial security. More Branson graduates, I fundamentally believe, will make the world a better place. I appreciate your support of this proposal, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Nelson.
Thank you. I live on Circle and have access to both Circle and Hilgert, and I adjoin the Branson property. I'm in somewhat of a unique situation in that I go through the Branson gates anywhere between 2 and 6 times a day. And like an earlier speaker, I'm sorry, Toby Collette, I get to see the entrance of the school all the time and how the drop-offs work or don't work. And I want to rise today to basically be very supportive of the action to support and adopt the proposed increase in enrollment tonight. Branson has not just in the last 3 months or 4 months started to be responsible and do anything. They have been consistently over the last 12 years very attuned to neighbors and drop-offs and managing their operations so that they have minimal impact on the neighbors and on the surrounding area. I can't emphasize this enough. I think in their presentation today, David Hansen made a good presentation of the kinds of things they're going to do, but I think it's worthwhile emphasizing my understanding, which is that for many years, not only are they monitoring the traffic, but for many years, they've been taking severe actions against students who violate the speed or parking or other restrictions that the school imposes. I have every experience with them over the many years that I've gone through the gates of Branson, that they're very attentive to trying to minimize their impact. I think one of the things that was mentioned tonight was the safety and the access of the site by bicycles, as talked about by Elizabeth Breckus. I think there was some questions earlier about whether the pathway on Fernhill between the entrance to the school and Norwood would be a requirement or not. I think the issue is more one of, it is something that is important. The school has offered to help and with the payment, but it's really up to the town to try to create a safe pedestrian situation. The pedestrians that walk on that are students indeed, but many, many local residents use that portion of Fernhill for a circuit walk with their dogs throughout the year. I think that on Hilgert, I have submitted a letter to the town council, but I've also seen another letter written by other residents of Ross mentioning Hilgert. And I wanted to comment specifically that I use Hilgert extensively. And one of the things that—
Peter, your time is up. Can you wrap it up in just a—
Sure. Hilgert, they've used Hilgert very responsibly, and there's no traffic jams on Hilgert, and there's no problem with the way they've used it previously. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Next is Craig Slayan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I actually wasn't prepared to talk this evening, but after just some of the comments from the council members, and in particular, the comment about a geographic circle just got me a little riled up, and I just wanted to say a few comments. Again, my name is Craig Slayan. My wife and I, Melissa, have lived at 51 Wellington for 20 years. I graduated from Branson 30 years ago. I'm in 1990, and I am lucky to have 2 kids right now who are attending Branson. I'm very dedicated. I love the town of Ross. I've been dedicated to the community. I sat on the Ross Leadership Council and ran the Ross School Foundation for 2 years and sat on it previously before I ran it for 4 years. So I care a lot about this community and community in general. This concept of the geographic circle, I guess, I was really impacted by the Black Lives Matter movement over the last few years. It opened up my eyes to just historical inequities in our country and in Marin County, and how lucky I am, how lucky I was to grow up here, to grow up white, to grow up privileged. And the big difference that I see between Branson of 30 years ago and Branson today is the diversity on campus. Not only the socioeconomic diversity, but just the different faces, the different gender recognition, and they've been doing a beautiful job on campus. That we had 2 African American students in our class of 80. And really, you knew in town who, when a Branson African American student came through, and now it's just a beautiful, place of diversity. And so I just want you guys to realize that when you increase enrollment, you guys are doing your part in America and in Marin and in the world today to give other people opportunity. Opportunity that you guys probably all have, that you guys definitely have now sitting here on the council, that you guys all have living in Ross, that maybe all of you had, when you were sent to a good public school or a good private school. And so opening up enrollment at Branson is just going to give more opportunity to more people, and going to build incredible leaders like the few Branson students that we just heard today. So I hope you guys think hard and support this measure.
Thank you.
Next is Will Bellini.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for everything. My name is Will Bellini. I just want to thank Mayor and all the town council members for all their hard work. I'm a senior at Branson, and for starters, I'm on this Zoom because I care. I care about what you guys have to say, and I care about Branson's future. Branson has opened my eyes to so many different perspectives, and that's genuinely a life lesson that I'm so grateful to have received so early on in my life. I would love the opportunity for Branson students younger than me to firsthand experience a truly diverse community, as there are so many positive benefits from a diverse community. Not voting in support of this application is stifling the opportunity for 100 more students to receive a Branson education, an education that's given me the courage and the tools to speak before you, and an education that's given me the tools to become a more active member of society. Lastly, I am positive that the transportation plan will succeed, just because I and all of the other members of our Branson community, we all care and we're actively trying to be better. So thank you so much, and I hope that we gain your support.
Thank you.
And the next is Pat Higgins.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your time today. We live at 45 Redwood Drive in Ross, and just wanted to note that we sent in a couple of letters in full support of Branson and the expansion. We find them to be a great partner, and we're impressed by the traffic proposals that they have put forth. We live on Redwood currently and live 2 doors down from Ross School previously, and are well-versed on traffic issues in town. But in comparison to, having such great institutions such as Ross Elementary and Branson in your town, I think these are just minor nuances. As we kind of looked at it, we used to have people turn around in our driveway 100 times a day at Ross, but, we look at the education that our kids have been fortunate enough to get at Ross Elementary, and just have been so impressed by the school community there and by the community over at Branson, and fully support building a bigger, stronger Branson. And I also just wanted to note that I actually would like to see the school open up more to community events, not just kids events, but, to more community type meetings, or, any types of events that older members of the community may want to host at Branson. I think opening the doors up to more people is probably more important than closing them, and, opening access and giving access to more people. But anyway, thanks so much for your time, and, good luck, and hopefully we can this application can move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Sven.
Hi, Town Council. I also wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but just wanted to share as a Marin resident in Fairfax, but alumnus of the Branson School in 2011. I was really lucky to go to Branson to be my mom raised me as a single mother, and was given financial aid by the school to send me there. And I've heard some comments about the traffic, and I don't want to address those, but I just want to say that I know that students will do their part. As a Branson student commuting from Fairfax, I rode my bike through rain, wind, and cold due to the lack of parking availability. So I have full confidence in students from being able to meet their end of this bargain. Second, something that hasn't been talked about, but I really want the town council and everyone to think about is the value that the students bring to the community, both there and after. Myself, I've never lived in Ross, but after graduating from college, returned for summer work, volunteer with the fire department, and after graduating college, was lucky enough to go to work for a Ross family in financial services. I want to thank the Ross community for everything that they've done for me, and hope that you can pass this measure and allow more students to contribute to your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more members of the public that wish to speak? Now is the time to raise your hand. Okay, next is Robert Herbst.
Good evening, Council. I apologize, I'm in a little bit of a dark room, saving electricity. I'm a Ross resident of 11 years, father of 2 children that graduated from Ross School, and have been fortunate enough to have an incredible Branson experience. My daughter's graduated now. My son's currently a junior. I just want to state we wholeheartedly support this expansion for Branson, and we think it's critical for their long-term survival and ability to thrive. We all know they tried to leave Ross to go to seminary. Everybody knows it, obviously. The reason was they couldn't survive with 320 students. They absolutely need this expansion in order to continue to be a world-class organization and stay here in Ross. So I hope you support that. Professionally, I'm in commercial real estate, and I have quite a bit of knowledge on CEQA, including traffic studies and traffic demand management plans, having done them for numerous of my own projects. Since traffic really was the vast majority of all the council's comments, I wanted to just provide my own perspective, having read the traffic demand management plan that Parisi put together and the W-Trans peer-reviewed report and the staff report. By the way, I'd like to commend staff. I thought they did an incredible job. It's a difficult topic. Traffic's always the #1 thing in Marin and California on almost every project. And they really took a deep dive and an in-depth analysis. And by the way, these are 2 very highly qualified firms. I know both of them. Parisi told you they've done 12 traffic demand management plans for 12 other schools in the Bay Area. W-Trans, similarly, they're the most popular North Bay traffic firm. So you've hired great consultants, one of which the city hired themselves, W-Trans. Both of these consultants have told you this is a robust plan. It's a multimodal transport plan. It can achieve 0 net new trips as the school wants to do to be a good neighbor. So I really think council should give large credence to staff and these consultants. Having said that, it's also your job to question. So I commend you for questioning and digging in here. 2 final points. Excuse me for a second. Your real protection here is that absolute limit on traffic trips. You guys have the control. You'll have the counts. If they're not hitting them, the use permit has the conditions that you can hold the school's feet to the fire. And finally, you can trust them. As a parent there, I can tell you, we have to mandatory carpool. My son's in a 3-person carpool, and he's also one of the 25 kids who's in their e-bike program now. So there's teeth to this program, and they walk the talk. So please support them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ryan Muir.
Hello, Council, and good evening. Mr. Herbst actually said a lot of the things that I was going to say. I'm also a Ross resident, and I also have a son who's a student at Branson. The point about the school really does talk the talk and walk the walk in terms of their policies for traffic enforcement are absolutely true. We receive frequent and clear communications on policies as it relates to commuting to school. My son is also part of the 25 in the e-bike program and walks or bikes to school daily. I appreciate the fact that the council is trying its best to balance the interests of the school and the interests of the broader community. It's abundantly clear from the conversation and the questions that you're asking. The thing that I would say is part of what makes the town of Ross a special community is all of its component parts. It's the Ross School, it's the Branson School, and to Mr. Herbst's point, the school was exploring a move because of the need for financial sustainability and viability. And the loss of the school would be a tremendous loss to the town of Ross. And so I just wanted to make that point that it is really one of the treasures of the town. It contributes immeasurably to the life of the town. And I think it would be a shame if the school found itself unable to expand and unable to continue in a financially viable way. As just an aside, I couldn't help but wonder, as it related to the question about the change in athletics between 1978 and now, to what extent that was a function of Title IX and a proliferation of women's sports as well. Thank you for your consideration and your good faith efforts to try to strike the right balance here.
Thank you.
Tom Polero.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Robbins and Town Council, for your time tonight and for all that you do for our town. Honestly, I wasn't planning on talking tonight, but I felt like I really wanted to speak up and voice our support for Branson. My wife and I, Debbie, we live on Upper Road. We have 2 kids. We've lived in Ross since 2012, and we've been very happy to raise our kids here. We've been very involved with the community, very involved with the school. My wife served as the president of the Ross School PTA, and I serve as the president of the Ross School Endowment. So we're really committed to this town. We love it. We want to see it grow and continue to be one of the best places on earth to live. We view Branson as a true asset to the town of Ross, and we feel that they have demonstrated a commitment to our town. We've been impressed by their vigilance in devising a plan to address the traffic concerns raised by the community. And have to say, we feel that they have gone above and beyond in finding a solution to establish, the issues, or above and beyond to find a solution to the issues that everyone has raised. And they've also established legitimate consequences if they don't fulfill their objectives on that matter. So we feel strongly that you should carry forward with the results of the vote that everybody expressed, or not everybody, but 60% of the town expressed in the vote a couple of years ago. And we fully support their plan to increase enrollment, which they have deemed necessary to stay viable and to stay in Ross. They're a true asset to our town. We would strongly encourage you to vote tonight and not let this go any longer to support Branson's plan. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Beth Sutro.
Hi, I'm Beth Sutro, and I'm a Ross resident since 2012. I wanted to thank everybody. This has been a long marathon of a meeting, and I appreciate all of the work that's gone in to prepare for this meeting and all the thoughtful discussions and considerations that are being made now. I did submit an email to the town council earlier this week in strong support of the Branson expansion. My husband, Stephen, and I are active members in the town of Ross. He is an architect and has been on the advisory design review group for the town of Ross for many years. I have been very involved in Ross School, serving as the president of the Ross School Foundation and active with Ross School for a number of years for our 3 children that currently attend. I would be devastated if Branson left our community of Ross. I think that it is a pillar of our community, and the students, I find them upstanding and polite and considerate drivers, as I am constantly out walking kids and dogs around our community. And I appreciate and echo a lot of the sentiments that are in support of the expansion. So I strongly urge you to consider a vote sooner rather than later. I would love to see it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't see any more raised hands, Mayor. Okay, Sally Shiku. Go ahead, Sally.
Hi there. Okay, I'm on mute. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm not going to take up too much of your time because so much has been said. But of course, my husband, Bob, and I, we live on 7 Laurel Grove, and we strongly support Branson's expansion. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments that based on a couple.
Should we do? I think we've lost Sally.
Uh-oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's
We'll bring her back.
it's been a long night here. Let me get her back. So,
Thank you.
sorry about that, Sally.
Unmute. Hi there. Okay, I'll make it super quick. Thank you so much for your time. The two things I just want to say, and I really appreciate all the thoughtful comments, is Councilmember Breckus made a couple comments on the geographic location. And I just, as a parent whose son is very close to the school, I can tell you it is honestly a lot easier for parents to drop off and take things to the kids when they live closer to the school. So I really don't think that geographic thing makes a big difference. What does make a big difference is the lack of diversity that we experience being at Ross School, myself being of a minority background. It was such a refreshing change to see my children at a school where there is diversity and to see that not everyone looks the same. So I really would encourage you guys to consider that. And then also, while I appreciate the thoughtful effort into looking at all the different concerns, I just hope that the town council doesn't put unreasonable conditions that, while approving the expansion, make it very difficult for Branson to actually function. Whether it's to create a path where I know, our town is looking at doing the same thing for Ross School, where the town is paying for it, or some of these other restrictions like having a, electric bus, which also is a great idea. But again, like making it so difficult and expensive that all that money goes to scholarships to support diversity in the school. And I just hope that the town is thoughtful in the conditions that you guys are looking at to make it more inclusive, have more events that invite town members to come. It's such an asset to the town to have Branson there. And thank you. And I really, really hope you guys decide on this tonight, because this has been dragged on for so long. And the people who are opposed to it, who want additional meetings, they're going to say no again and again and again. So, I think they've been very thoughtful in their plan, and we hope that you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is Sophie Liu.
Hi, my name is Sophie Liu, and I'm a junior at the Branson School. I don't have much prepared, and I wasn't really planning on talking, so bear with me. And I hope what I say isn't perceived as aggression, but rather emotion. Branson is a school that houses teachers and changes not just student, but also adult lives. And I think it also brings diversity into Ross. I'm not sure if I can ask questions, but something I'm curious about is the idea for the geographic circle and what it's really about. And if there's an underlying desire to keep a certain level of diversity out of Ross, because if that's the case, then that's something that I'm genuinely hurt by. And it's also quite possible that that might be by design, but ultimately it makes me feel like I don't belong to this community, because Branson belongs to Ross, and I think it's a huge part of it. I know people that have moved to Ross because of Branson, but I guess another thing is just, if diversity or equity are things that matter to you, I urge you to think about how it impacts your decision-making, not just regarding this proposal, but all other things you have power over as a local politician. But to me, losing the school and all the opportunities it has to offer over an issue of transportation would be really sad. And it is quite possible that me being a student impacts my perception of the importance of transportation. But if it really came down to it, I would walk or bike to school instead of driving if it really meant that the school could stay open for another 10 years. And that's just really how much I appreciate the school and all the opportunities it has given me. So I strongly encourage you to support this proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any more public comment? Now is the time to raise your hand. Oh, here we go. I'm bringing in Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Hi. So my name is Josh Burns. I'm class of 98 from Branson. I don't live in Ross, but I have been part of the alumni council for, I think, almost 10 or 15 years. And, I think one thing to take as you consider this is the improvements that the school has made in transportation, even over, the last 10, 15 years. In my time, there was no bus. There was offsite parking that nobody used. We didn't have a lot of these programs that are already in place. So I think, take that for what it's worth, that they've made significant improvements already that are probably very meaningful. In my day, the only transportation enforcement was the fear of Officer Bob, giving you a citation for doing something you're not supposed to on the way to school. So I think, one point I wanted to bring up as an elder alum is that I think, on-campus events seem to be very much of concern for the council. Someone mentioned the sports games, which my hypothesis account for majority of events on campus. Recall that before Branson joined the Marin County Athletic League, all of our games were on campus. Everything was on campus. But once that shift was made to the higher level, I believe probably a majority now are actually off campus, College Marin, if it's soccer, basketball, girls and boys, etc. So I think when you're looking at those event counts, things like that, it's very important. Take that into consideration because it's probably a very significant difference in terms of what's happening on campus as you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay. Then now the applicant, the Branson School, has 5 minutes for any additional comments. This will be the last time in the meeting that the applicant has the opportunity to speak.
Thank you and good evening again. This is Riley Hurt, still here on behalf of Branson. I bring a bit of a unique perspective, having represented over 10 private schools in Marin regarding various enrollment increases and expansions. So I've had a chance to see what works and doesn't. I can unequivocally state that the time and effort put into this application is unprecedented. I can also say that the level of community support just expressed is unlike anything I've ever seen. The proposal tonight is the result of multiple iterations and good faith compromise time and again from the school to secure staff's support. And I'm just going to let you know, they drove a very hard bargain, and I will leave it at that. What I've learned is that these transportation plans, when they're properly executed, they work. And Branson made a very conscious decision to proactively take the traffic discussions off the table. They volunteered it. So I think it's important to remember there's no legal prohibition on the creation of new vehicle trips. Housing gets built, things happen, but Branson wanted to do the right thing, get ahead of the discussion, and be sure the approval findings could be made. And to put their money where their mouth is, they agreed. They don't get each tranche of new students unless it's objectively proven that they're meeting the traffic goal. So you end up with a party that is very invested in being sure that what they promised happens. I want to briefly touch on the legal framework of tonight's decision. The school very consciously decided to seek a single strike-through edit, 320 to 420, and they were willing to live with the rest of the conditions. So your decision this evening is focused on any impacts that may arise from the delta of the 100 additional students. They already have a right to operate at 320. So any conditions need to be focused on the impacts of the new 100 and have a very direct nexus to mitigating those impacts, not the school as a whole. And of course, wherever you land needs to be supported by findings that are based on evidence. And that's basic government decision-making. And we would submit that the record is rather stacked in favor of approval. I haven't seen or heard evidence that would suggest that the 100 student addition with the net neutral traffic would somehow be so detrimental to those living or working in the neighborhood or the town that the findings can't be made. Quick comment on CEQA. Speculative future projects are not considered, but I think the bigger issue here is that CUPs are about use, intensity, not buildings. So if you don't change the enrollment, i.e. the intensity, upgrading a building really changes nothing from a CUP perspective. Quick comment on this boundary moat that was suggested. I checked during the break. Marin is 80% white. And I'll just say that that's not the diversity the school's trying to achieve, and that would be really limiting. So I want to conclude by saying that this is a school, okay? They educate kids. They are a nonprofit. This is not a strip mall development or a huge multi-family building. This is a true asset to the town. And I've watched them work in good faith. They've extended extensive compromise through an incredibly long process. And I would really ask that you support this application. And I think the staff support and the peer review confirmation is super important. And with the final 30 seconds, I think Chris just wants to say some final words. Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. I just want to say thank you to, first of all, the council members for listening to everything in this very, very long meeting this evening. Thank you to W-Trans and to David Parisi and to all Meredith, all the and staff too have been on here and as well. And thank you for all your help through this process. We're really grateful. It's been long, it's been hard. We're very happy to be at this point. We're very grateful for the community support. And you know what we've said here, we mean. We want to do the right thing by the town. We want to manage our traffic well. And that's really all I can say is that we come to you hoping for this enrollment increase with our promise that we want to do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next step is that the council will discuss the project. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we will come back to discuss the project. So it's 10:13, 10:18. All right. So now the council will discuss the project. It's obviously a topic of considerable interest to the community. Since the council and the community are only seeing this for the first time, and since there are multiple elements to consider, I think that the council really needs to take enough time to thoroughly review the entire application and the conditions of approval. And I think we should consider holding these discussions over at least another meeting or two to continue to discuss this. There's just too many details and too much new information to say we can adopt a resolution tonight. But the council is able to schedule special meetings in the upcoming weeks if more time is needed to discuss this. And we certainly recognize that Branson would like a decision in time for the 2022 application cycle. My suggestion is for us to start by having each council member say briefly what you think generally about the application, and then we can discuss each item of the resolution and the conditions of approval one by one. The goal is just to give staff a sense of where council members stand on each of the items. I mean, there aren't that many unique items. And the overall goal is to figure out what works for Branson and what works for the town to address Branson's needs and to address town and neighbor concerns. And I think we can come to a very good conclusion. Do council members think this is a reasonable way to proceed, starting with a brief overview and then going item by item? So the first would be CEQA, then the number for the request, and then some of the other conditions of approval. Then who would like to make a first comment, just to know overall, or it'd be Councilmember Cool. Do you have a question? You're muted.
It's not a question. It's well, I'll make part of a comment. The point of part of my comment is I don't think we need another meeting. We have talked this thing to death. We have nitpicked the plan, which was carefully put together by professionals. We've questioned whether their way of doing the traffic count was the right way or whether it should be done some other way. We've raised the question about suppose they come back in a few years and want to build a new building. We've suggested that we ought to tell every student who lives within 3 miles that he should walk to school. These are detail. I think some of them are silly, but with all respect to everybody who made the comments, but the point is, this is not a complicated question. The real question that's being raised here, but hasn't been talked about, is trust. We are, everything that that the council has said so far has basically arisen from some apparent belief that we can't trust the people who run Branson to do what they say they're going to do. And I think that's, well, I want to get overwrought here and say it's outrageous, but I sure don't like it. It's expressing the wrong attitude by this town about one of its significant members of its community. And I'm not going to go through, I can't go through each of these details. I think it's silly to go through each of these details and take them up, because I think what we ought to do is not have a further meeting, but decide that we actually can trust the people who run Branson to do what they've promised to do. They've obviously already made serious concessions because they so badly need what they're asking for. And I think we ought to just bite the bullet. I don't even know that it's biting the bullet. We just ought to recognize that we've got to trust these people. And if it turns out that they aren't trustworthy, we can deal with that when it happens. We shouldn't be dealing with it now as if, oh, we know we can't trust them. So I don't want another meeting. I believe that we ought to take them on trust and approve the plan. And by the way, let me add that I think although it's taken longer than I would have liked, I think our planning people have really done a great job of putting this thing together. It's a great goodbye for Patrick.
Well, thank you, Beach. Obviously, I disagree. I think there's so much that's new tonight, including Branson's edits to the plan, to the entire proposal and conditions of approval that we haven't even had a chance to look at yet, that I think it's worth at least, touching on each item, and it can be brief. I mean, I know it's been a long night, but I feel that, to me, of course, we have to discuss this. It's a challenge to fit a big school in a quiet neighborhood, and Branson is trying their hardest to make it work. And I think there's some details that we need to keep talking about to make sure that it does work. And I agree, Beach, it is important to trust Branson and to work together. But remember, just a few years ago, we told them that they have to submit their annual enrollment report under penalty of perjury because they filed false reports 3 years in a row. So there's a little bit of concern. I think this is different. I think that everyone's going forward trying to make this work with a traffic plan that, if properly monitored and enforced, may be exactly the right thing to do. But I think there's still a lot of questions about what's the exact enforcement, what's the exact monitoring. And I think the council is responsible for figuring out for talking about those details. Councilmember McMillan.
I'm sorry if the tone of my questions came across that I distrusted Branson. That was not my intent. My intent is to try to balance the needs of the school with the needs of the neighbors, as well as the needs of the town. And, the staff report from November of 2019 indicated that Branson, to have Branson in our town costs a lot of staff resources and money. That was not addressed in the staff report. That was addressed in a couple of letters by David Peterson and also by Gil Flightus, who was a member of the neighborhood group. That to me is a big issue that warrants some consideration. Nobody wants, well, I can only speak for myself. I do not want Branson to leave our community. I agree with all of the remarks that people made. 3 of my kids went there, 2 of them even graduated. So I have very fond memories of the school. And I think we need to figure out a way to make this work for Branson, the immediate neighbors, as well as the town. We got a ton of new information yesterday. We got a lot of new information today. It's 10:28. While I would love to try to get this done tonight, we've been here for 4.5 hours already. I'm not sure we're all in the sharpest frame of mind to go through every single thing and try to wordsmith and group edit. I don't think that that's a good way to conduct business. The other thing I just wanted to say, a lot of people said 60% of our community voted to increase enrollment by 100 for Branson. And that is just absolutely not the case. 60% of the people who voted to have us consider whether the number should be increased up to 100 and also consider all the conditions that would go along with it. So it really bothers me that people are mischaracterizing what that vote was. Oh, and one other thing. We have not delayed consideration of this issue. Branson and the staff were in negotiations until early December. The Parisi report is dated December 2021. And so I just want the community to understand that the town council and the staff have not dragged its heels to consider this issue. And I think there's some misunderstanding that we have, and we haven't.
Well, I propose we just quickly go through not quickly, but go through some of these items. I mean, the first one, and actually would like to point out, my boys also went to Branson. Branson's a great school. They had wonderful experiences. And like many of the speakers, I would be very disappointed if Branson left. Branson should not leave Ross. And we would like to make sure that they can stay for the next 100 years. But if we were to talk about, what are these items here? The first is CEQA. The staff said that the findings could be made that the project is CEQA exempt. So question 1, does anyone disagree with that? Is there any need to continue to talk about CEQA? Okay, so I think we move on to that. The next is Councilmember Breckus.
Sorry, I don't think it's exempt from CEQA as long as they're not rebuilding a building. But what we have been told is that they need to and want to. And what we heard tonight was, no, we figured it out and we don't. And that's fine. And I, think that's great as a bypass of that issue. But I also think that to make sure that we're not violating an environmental regulation, we should have something that says that that's the case and that they're not going to, and then, their request is not going to include that. And I don't know if it could be a moratorium for 5 years, but it should be something that puts teeth in that, because I don't even understand how it would work. I mean, so we say, no, you're CEQA exempt at this point, but then they come back within 5 years and say, we need to increase the capacity of a building that's the first building you see in a big building on campus. And so if it said, that's not going to be done for 5 years, then we would feel like we know that that's not an end run, because if they came back in 5 years, I don't know, would another council not understand that this whole decision was based on this project scope being that it wasn't? I don't know, but I'd like to see something in the resolution that just says that so that we.
Okay, so that condition is number 2, that no new building is permitted. And it could be amended to say for the next 5 years or 10 years. I mean, Chris Mazzola said tonight, there are no plans in the near future to build. But, you know, it is sort of like the elephant in the room, isn't that, you know, isn't there a need to rebuild? But I guess, Ben, is that something that we could or should do, is to put for condition 2, you know, it says no new building is permitted for 5 years or something?
No, because number 2 really is the length of the use of the property. So it's longer than 5 years right now as drafted. They have to come back and ask for a use permit amendment if they're going to increase their capacity. So I wouldn't want to do it there. And perhaps there can be language inserted into the resolution as a recital, you know, articulating that they're not seeking expansion and therefore, you know, but I'd have to think about that, of what we could put in a recital, because unless Branson's willing to stipulate that they're not willing to, you know, do within X amount of years, there's nothing really that we can bind them to, because even if you have a resolution saying that, they can just come back and seek in 5 years council to amend it, just like they can seek the council to amend their use permit. So it really comes back to in 5 years or whatever time frame it is, if they make that move, the council and the staff will have to analyze CEQA to determine whether or not, as Mike discussed earlier, whether there's cumulative impacts from previous projects, or whether there's any CEQA exemption that applies, which it probably does not, and therefore you'd have to do initial study and go down that road.
But what do you suggest we do?
Sorry,
Ben, what do you suggest we do for Elizabeth's suggestion, you know, that there's something be put in? Do you suggest we put in something, and where would it go?
Well, I'd have to give that some more thought. If there's a council will to want to do that, I'd have to give it more thought of how to do that.
Okay. And Councilmember Breckles, did you have a comment about that or something?
I'm just confused. If in 5 years they come back for the theater, then are we analyzing CEQA for the increase plus the building? Or are we just analyzing it for the building? Because that's piecemeal. So that seems like a complete end run around CEQA. And so I don't really understand, you know, how, I mean, at that point, you're no longer analyzing the increase plus the building, which is what we would do now if we knew, and we kind of do, because multiple of us have been told this, that they're seeking both an increase in size plus a building increase. And so our whole direction on environmental review is based right now on being told something opposite.
Well, you are currently evaluating the impacts of their project based to increase the student enrollment. That is what is going before you. And CEQA is a statutory construct of the legislature, and it establishes in certain circumstances things that they've determined to be exempt. And one of them is we have this class 14 exemption in 15314, which allows for this type of enrollment increase to be allowed without any CEQA review. And so we've nevertheless gone down the path of looking at that in connection with their TDM plan, as well as looking at other traffic related effects to make sure that there are no exceptions to the exemption under the law. And, we just don't see anything in the record that suggests otherwise. And so I don't think it's correct to say that we haven't analyzed the effects via CEQA for the enrollment increase. And the idea of trying to constrain a property owner from pursuing a discretionary application before any town as a condition, I think is something we would definitely need to give further thought about. But I do, I mean, if they come forward at a point in the future and want to try to tear down the theater and expand it, it will be subject to the environmental review that is provided for in the statute at that time. And as I sort of alluded to earlier, if they're just doing a tear down and replace in kind, more than likely it might fall within one of the exemption. But if they are expanding, then that's a whole different issue. And then you'll get into much more robust CEQA analysis of the impacts of that. In addition, you'll have your design review process that you'll have to go through as well. But here we're just talking about an enrollment increase. And we have looked at that under CEQA, and we've recommended to the council that it is exempt.
Okay, so are we left with, we're asking Ben to look into whether we should add something, or are we left with just leaving it as is?
I mean, I would say that we should look at what's appropriate
To add in to the document?
either way, if
Okay.
it's appropriate or not.
Julie, do you agree?
I'm kind of going back to Beach's original comment about the trust thing and what rules will be in effect if and when they seek to hypothetically expand their theater. And if they hypothetically seek to expand their theater, then they're going to have to go through another CEQA review, and then the cumulative impacts potentially will come into play. And then we go along. It's not like we won't have any environmental review if they seek to have a new project.
So is it kind of regardless of what we do or insert now, what will be in a few years if they come back? Is that correct?
Yes.
So there's no point in writing anything additional, and we should just leave the CEQA as is, that the way the project is written, it is CEQA exempt, and leave it at that.
That's our suggestion.
I can see Beach agrees, Julie agrees. Bill, do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. And Elizabeth, I don't know if you do, but it's already 4-1, so.
I'm agreeing with whatever our
Okay.
council recommends.
Okay, so
Well,
then.
can I just say that it helps to talk through these issues, and it helps to raise that as a potential, because that was actually something on my list. And by asking the question, I think we're all comforted in knowing that there is still a subsequent environmental process that they're going to need to go through. It's not like they can sneak, backdoor a project. The town does have CEQA protection for subsequent projects.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Then moving on to the first item of the use permit. So that's their request for 100 students. And their phasing proposal is 25 per year. I mean, one thing to consider is, should there be a phase of the phase? So for example, should 60 get phased in over 4 years? And then if this all works, phase in the next 40. Really the question is, or do we pick some different number, or do we stick with what Branson is asking for, 100 over 4 years? What do people think about this item? Councilmember McMillan, and then Councilmember Breckus.
I don't think that they propose this number out of their hat. There's reasons why they're proposing 25 each year. There's probably economies of scale and efficiencies and, increased diversity. Their transportation plan is built on this kind of an increase. I don't want to be in the business of trying to micromanage what the school wants to do. I don't think that's our job. I think if there's some reason why 25, 25, 25, 25 would adversely affect the neighborhood dramatically, then yeah, maybe we do some kind of phase thing. But based on what the transportation plan and what our own consultant said, I don't think that it's not going to make a difference. So I don't think we should change what they're seeking.
Councilmember Breckus?
Well, I just feel like we should be guided by the vote. And since 60% of the residents, since a prior council decided that the residents should vote, and then the residents voted, I feel like we should be guided by that. Really, I think that is not my biggest, concern here. It's because I think we can make it work. I think that what we have to do is make sure that the use permit is robust enough that for everybody, the 60% who voted in favor and the 40% who voted against, that it works for the town. And as long as we do that, I think that we can make it work. So it's really about a win-win partnership with the town and Branson to make sure that this is an appropriate process going forward.
Okay, Councilmember Cool. You're muted. Beach, you're muted.
Just for the record, I don't think it's correct to say that a prior council decided anything. The thing got on the ballot, not because a prior council voted to put it on the ballot, but because the citizens of this town followed a process to get an item on a ballot. It wasn't the town council. I don't know if it matters, but we ought to keep the record clean and correct.
Councilmember Kircher, regarding the number and phasing, what are your thoughts?
I agree with what Julie said.
Okay.
Councilmember McMillan said, I think that's correct. The correct way to look at this. The school has thought this through. Their entire proposal is based on this phased 100 student increase, and I really think that's what we ought to base a decision on.
Councilmember McMillan.
I just want to reiterate that just because 60% of the people voted for this measure doesn't mean that they agreed to an increase of 100. I won't say it again, because I have people calling me saying, what does this mean if I vote yes? Does this mean it's going to be increased by 100? No, it's up to the council's discretion. I agree that it should be increased by 100, but I just think there's some misconception going on about what the vote meant.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the traffic management plan, which is, the crux of this. So Branson's promised to keep traffic net neutral. And the questions are, is this plan adequate with monitoring and enforcement? And there are a couple of points here. First is the traffic cap. What should it be? So our peer review consultant said the average daily trip is 860, weekends 346. That should be the cap. Branson, for monitoring purposes, has said 910 and 398. I personally think it should be, the cap should be the cap. And that's what our peer review people said it should be. Another point to consider is the monitoring strips. Now, should they be present all the time? Certainly the transportation person made it sound like, that's the wave of the future and that there are lots of different ways to do this. And that's something to consider, because if they're there all the time, we only need like 2 weeks of data, maybe twice a year. But if they're put up, I think it's really possible that drivers could game the system, and we could have counts that we could have traffic much of the year except for the 2 weeks of the monitoring. So that is another point to consider. Should we have permanent monitoring strips? Another point to consider is having a few more details about the drop off and pickup plan, especially the hours when single student drop off and pickup isn't allowed, because those hours in the afternoon, it seems that that's really ineffective, that there won't be remote pickup if single students can be picked up just 15 minutes after the end of the day. So that's another point to consider, is do the hours of prohibiting single student drop off and pickup need to be expanded and maybe matched to the writing, have it written so that it's based on school start time and school end time and not an absolute time in case that changes. Then moving on to enforcement. Right now, the enforcement, there's reasonable enforcement getting up to the first 100 to up to 100, but once there, the enforcement in the plan, in my opinion, is not nearly adequate. Enrollment would only decrease, and that's the penalty if the traffic goes up, if traffic levels are above the cap for 7 days about every 2.5 years, because there's a 2-week monitoring period and then 7 days to fix it. And then 6 months later, the same thing. And it's only after 5 times of 5 chances to not correct it that the enrollment would go down. And I don't think we can kind of plan this, the enforcement, here tonight, but it seems to me that if there should be one enforcement period, and if it's not if it exceeds the cap, that should be cured. But then the next time there should be serious consideration of decreasing enrollment. Another point, and we talked about this with Branson, was clearly the on-street traffic monitors have been really valuable to the neighbors, keeping traffic in line, enforcing the traffic rules. And Branson says it's Chris Mazzola said that they plan to keep that, but it seems that should be a part and parcel, that should be a requirement for the traffic plan, because that seems to have made a huge difference. One other thing that actually was never brought up was trying to minimize traffic. Should the campus be a closed campus? Seniors can come and go at will, and that increases traffic. So that's something to consider also. So I think that to me, I was really pleased to hear that the traffic consultants feel that, if this is really followed, this really could make a difference. But I think that there's some big holes in how it's being followed. And those were including, that the cap should be the cap, not plus 6 or 15%, that the monitoring should be permanent, and that the enforcement shouldn't wait for 2.5 years to change enrollment if the traffic exceeds the cap, and that the hours for no drop-off pickup be expanded, and that the 4 or 5 traffic monitors that Branson's hiring now become a required part of this plan. What do you all think about those comments? Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I recall asking our own peer review people, what about this 6%? And it's my recollection that they said that is within the band of error, and actually most people allow 8 to 10%. So while I would love to have it be a lower cap, I don't think we have the grounds to, I think 6% is actually better than what would normally be assigned. So I'm uncomfortable, while I would love to, have it be lower, our own consultant is saying 6% is pretty aggressive.
But that's not what WTrans says. So
we asked them, Elizabeth, and they said 6%.
But here's what they wrote on page 3. Set vehicle cap at the observed average trip generation. This cap should be the observed averages of 860 and 346. So how do we reconcile that? There it is in writing. They're telling us, that it should be the cap. I don't know. I mean, well, Councilmember Cool, you have a comment.
Well, first of all, first of all, we're back to trust again, including trusting our own people. We should not be going around changing what our experts tell us is appropriate. And I don't think they say in what you just read that the caps should be without a 6% allowance. The caps
does
are
say
what
that.
what the
It
caps.
says-
What, can I finish?
Yes, sorry.
The caps should be what they are, plus there's an allowance above the cap of 6% without you being penalized.
So here's what they wrote: by establishing the vehicle cap at 1/2 standard deviation above currently observed averages, the current monitoring plan does not create a true net neutral trip effect. So, and then it says the cap should be the observed averages of 860 and 346. So all I'm doing is just reading straight from the document that Patrick provided us, dated September 16, 2021.
Mayor, if I can just chime in and provide a little more clarification on that component of the traffic analysis. That was part of the correspondence and discussion that followed the peer review. And W-Trans, their input was that their suggestion was the monitoring should be over a 2-week period. They drop the highest and the lowest outliers and then take the average. So that was their suggestion for how to account for variation in counts. And then the applicant's traffic consultant so that the half standard deviation would be an appropriate measure to account for variation. And then earlier this evening, Brian from W-Trans did confirm that there are different, there's always going to be variation and that there are different approaches to it. And so they said that the applicant's proposed approach to address it was acceptable in as far as traffic analysis.
And so the proposed approach is over 2 weeks throughout the high, throughout the low, and then average, or
that was suggested by our consultant.
That's not what
the TDMP does not employ that. It employs the method to account for variation by creating a buffer of 1/2 standard deviation. So it's a different approach for dealing with the same problem.
Okay, but then how do we deal with the Saturday cap? Saturday buffer is 15%. Isn't that what was in the plan?
Yeah, the Saturday percentage is different because it's a smaller volume. So a 1/2 standard deviation is going to result in a larger percentage.
I see. Councilmember Breckus.
I mean, I have a number of comments. I mean, number one, sorry, golden retriever puppy barking in the distance. So I have a concern. Lainey, come here. Sorry. I have a question about this traffic report. I'm sorry, I do. I mean, it throws out outliers and says they're outliers because there's CYO, plus there's a soccer game in the cup finals, and there's a theater practice. That is a common occurrence at Branson, and it'd be a common occurrence at any school. And so I really question the idea of throwing those out and suggesting that those should not be counted. And I think that that's when a neighborhood would typically have, like where we are, would typically have a problem. It's when you have all these events and they're common. And I know that because all 3 of my kids did CYO and they actually all 3 practiced at Branson. I had no idea that that was not supposed to be allowed under their use permit. And then to the issue of trust, yes, we should trust Branson. We should trust every member of our community to come to us and tell us this. But the fact is, and I'm not suggesting it's a matter of any bad action. The town and Branson have a problem of institutional amnesia. The town forgot what we required of Branson in the 78 permit. And Branson forgot what we required of them. And we have a very marked history of the fact that Branson didn't report, and then Branson went above amounts. And, that isn't to do with the fact that Branson, I'm going to assume the best, and it wasn't to do with what Branson was trying to like sneak by the town, and the town on them didn't require it. But if you look at the use permit from 78, I'm sorry, these are facts. It's not an opinion. Been violated again and again and again. And it's on both of us because the town didn't require it, because we forgot, and probably Branson changed staff over and they forgot, but that still happened. And so what we're here to do is to put a permit in place that both parties can look at and say, here's the expectation here, and put in place things that will not be violated again. So they shouldn't be wishy-washy based on, it's anything goes during these hours of use, and now you can rent it to this group and you can expand it to that group and everything else. There has to be limits, because I don't even think the traffic plan is at all reliable, because it does not count how many people will be coming, because all of a sudden it adopts anything happens between certain hours. And that's an unlimited growth of traffic. And that's problematic. So I totally don't think this thing is right for prime time, because I don't think it creates any kind of, we know what's going to happen. And for all the people that came to us and said, please grow the amount, that's not the issue. The issue is we are your last pass before this goes ahead, and then there's no right for the town to crawl it back. So once we issue a use permit, so people understand, we can't, unless there's parameters within it, we can't say, wait, that was a bad idea. So what we need to do is incrementally and with parameters put in place monitoring, so that we make sure that what is going to happen is what we like. And I 100% agree. I don't think the buffer is right. I don't think the analysis is right, because the outliers were thrown out as outliers and really they're everyday occurrences. And I also don't think that we're expanding it without any analysis. If you just have hours of use, then you could have unlimited amount of increase within those hours of use that would not protect the town or the neighborhood or the community. And I also think that there's really poor analysis of how much increase there is on Sir Francis Drake generally. And I don't know where they're going to drop off and pick up. And even if they're going to drop off in Lagunitas and Laurel Grove, that's still going to be an increase and could be very unacceptable to a lot of people, including everyone who wants to have their kids there. So, we have this one opportunity to do it right, and we should be careful about it. And Branson, understanding that the majority of this council is saying we want you to increase it, can still increase for this year if they assume they're going to work with the town. Because what they can do is say, hey, we expect this increase to go through because we're going to work with good faith with the town, and we're going to work with these parameters. And then they can emit 100. And if it gets, we're in January, so I think by the time of admission, it could be different. But if we work in diligence with each other, which I think we all want to do, then they could admit people on a waiting list and bring them in as soon as we allow it. But we both need to work together to make sure that the rules work for everybody. And that's what I want to see. And I think there's a majority of council, the members that want to see that.
I think we can get I think with a lot of work, we can make rules that we feel will really make this traffic plan work. And we can also help Branson get their increase. I mean, I agree, Elizabeth. Councilmember McMillan. Oh, I forgot to mention that when I was going through my concerns about the traffic plan is that the traffic plan has a provision that monitoring can actually stop. Now, W-Trans, made it clear in their summary that monitoring is the key to keeping a traffic plan working. And I don't think that the monitoring should ever end. Maybe it goes to once a year, or maybe, it can be modified, but I think to have a provision where monitoring can be terminated, I think is not in the town's best interest. Branson can make this work. They've said they can. And I think, everybody can make this work. Councilmember McMillan.
I think we want to get what's best for everybody, but I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not a traffic consultant. I don't know how to design a traffic plan. I think we need to rely on our consultant who said that this is a good plan and that it's going to reduce the number of trips to the school. I mean, let's just hypothetically say what are we gonna do? Start over with a different traffic consultant? I mean, what are you envisioning, Elizabeth, in terms of?
Well, I'm fine with the plan. I'm only concerned about the monitoring and the enforcement. So the monitoring, I would probably say the strip should be there all the time. The enforcement, I would say that, once it gets to 100, there's really no enforcement in terms of if traffic exceeds the cap, should enrollment go down? Because the way it's worded, the monitoring is twice a year with a 7-day cure, and then a 60-day cure period, and then a 7-day retest. And only if you flunk 5 tests in a row, that's 2.5 years, would the enrollment be dropped down. And so I think that the concept of have the 100 students and keep traffic net neutral, but if it's not working to keep traffic net neutral, then there should be some drop down in the students, but it shouldn't be after 2.5 years. It's, there's just no way that Branson could, it leaves the possibility that traffic could be over the cap all the time, except for a 7-day cure period twice a year. I don't think that that's the intention. I think that the monitoring should be more robust. So I think the plan is probably fine, but I think the monitoring, and maybe it's the strips all the time, or maybe we have that as an option to, that the town could decide one way or the other, depending on how it's working. But I think we want to be sure we have really good data for the monitoring, and then that the monitoring means something specifically, that if the cap is exceeded, more than a second time, that then there would be an enrollment decrease. It's not going to be huge. The cap's not going to be exceeded by a lot, probably, because the plan should work, but there will be consequences. And maybe the school has 22 students one year, and that would be enough of an incentive to make sure that the traffic caps are met. So that's what I'm thinking, Julie, is just better monitoring, or monitoring that we know produces true data, and enforcement that meets the intention of the whole plan, net neutral traffic. And if the traffic isn't net neutral, then there are consequences. That's pretty much it. That's not to restart, not to redo the plan, just those few things.
Well,
though I'm still not sure I get the cap part, but I that's probably not worth discussing anymore tonight. If it's, I'm more concerned about proper monitoring and enforcement if the cap gets exceeded. Councilmember Breckus, and then Councilmember Cool, and then back to you, Julie.
I think that the plan the traffic plan is inadequate in a number of respects. And I don't know if, I don't think it needs to be redone completely, but I think there needs to be a supplement. I think that outlier events need to be analyzed because I think those are regular events and those are the events that are going to be the most problematic. And we need to have that addressed. I think that the plan doesn't address what the traffic impacts are into town, because there's like 40 trip counts for increased shuttles from San Anselmo up to the town. And I think that's low hanging fruit and ones that we should be looking at. And I don't think it's clear how they're going to do that. I think that the traffic analysis could be more clear, and it's not adequate as is, and there should be a supplement. So that's my take. And I'm not a traffic analysis, I agree, but it's fair for us to identify some problems with it and not just swallow it sink, line, and hook with the what we've been given, because we all looked at it and said, hey, here's some problems with it. And so I think that there needs to be a further conversation about that and a further analysis with it. And, this is a problem with hiring outside consultants. They don't know the town. We do. And residents expect that we are going to use our in-depth knowledge of this community and provide some input. And so we've already heard from some residents, and what we've heard is wildly different. We've heard some residents say, no problem. And then we've heard other residents say, big major problem. And this has been the history of what we've had. And I don't think that we would be wise to authorize an increase when we don't have confidence in the plan. And I don't have confidence in the plan. And the fact that it relies so little on walking and biking, in my mind, is a big problem. And the idea that it's going to be dependent on carpooling, but we're not even going to have carpooling my kids carpool to Redwood and have when they've done it, but that's because they have like abundant offerings because so many kids go to Redwood from my neighborhood, my community. If you're in San Francisco or the East Bay, carpooling becomes really hard, which is why I like this idea of, a more local situation. So I do think that we don't need to and shouldn't approve this tonight. I think that we should do further analysis of this.
One other thing is, I still think we can absolutely meet Branson's timeline to try to, get their enrollment change this year. And we may still be in negotiations here, but I don't think we should be pressed. I think it's really important that we get the details right, because I think it's our job to make sure that the enrollment increase really does work the way it's intended to work. And that's our job, and that's going to take a little bit of time. But as we take that time, we can work with Branson to help them with their timing also. So I don't think we should feel rushed. We can make this work for both of us, that we take the time we need, and Branson has the students that they want. Councilmember McMillan.
Well, I don't think we are in the business of solving the regional traffic plans of Marin County by approving this traffic plan. The Parisi guy said that it's not a college or UC of 20,000 people where, these drop-off places are really going to make a huge difference. And it's my understanding that most of the kids coming from San Francisco don't carpool. They currently take a bus. So I don't really think that's an issue. I think more of an issue is these big events that they have. And now I guess they're only going to have 10. And these big athletic home games that they have and the playoff games that they have. And I would like to see the suggestion in the traffic plan is we suggest you carpool. Our consultant was much stronger and said, you know, you should shuttle people in, make them park at a remote location, have the playoff games at a neutral field. I think those are more concrete ways to try to make the plan more tight. Offer concrete suggestions that perhaps the staff could revisit with Branson and see if with our direction, they want to negotiate a little more and compromise on a few points. You know, around the fringe, that would be my my strategy.
You know, why don't we
Also, I just wanted to say, I am totally against limiting the 100 people within a 2-mile radius. Who knows how many people within a 2-mile radius are even going to want to go to Branson or going to apply? I mean, we can't impose that kind of condition on a school like that. And I think the students had a really good point about diversity. You know, all the reports that come out say San Anselmo and Ross and Belvedere were part of the least diversified communities in the least diversified county in the state. So I don't think we don't want to be prescribing stuff like that to Branson. I don't think that doesn't serve us well.
Why don't we take a look at number 11, the use of the athletic facilities, because that's really part of this traffic also. So you probably, you know, in the 1978 use permit basically said that basically limited the use of the athletic facilities to the number of events or amount of use in 1978. And the intent was to limit the impact on the neighborhood. Branson has repeatedly violated this, though, you know, and the staff report shows that the home games have increased by 87%. And as came out this evening, you know, that's just the number of games with the change from the small leagues, what was it, the Bay Cities League or something, now to the Marin County Athletic League. The spectators and participants at these games, you know, go from a couple dozen to hundreds and hundreds. And Branson proposed changing this condition. Branson proposed changing the condition that from the limited sports events, which preserves the quiet neighborhood, to completely eliminating all restrictions whatsoever on the number or type of sports events. And during its campaign for Measure F, Branson never brought this up. They kept talking about how it was a single point they were campaigning for, just an enrollment increase. But now this is a big deal, because I think that, you know, the intention of 1978, with that semicolon notwithstanding, the intention of the entire use permit in 1978 was to limit the impact on the neighborhood. And that was done by limiting the number of sports events going forward to the amount in 1978. And that just hasn't happened. And Branson's proposed amendment to number 11 is to completely remove all of the restrictions. So I think that that's something we need to think about, because that's a real impact on the neighborhood, and it's a real impact on traffic, because the big events tend to be the sporting events. There are some that they've always had, you know, Parents' Day and, you know, Alumni Day and things like that. But the sporting events are big and loud, with people who sort of rush in and rush out. And that's really, you know, I think that I don't even know that you could actually make a finding for changing the use permit, because, you know, there's that condition that before you grant a use permit, it has to be, it can't be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, or welfare of persons residing in the neighborhood. And I think that changing the use of the athletic facilities to trying to limit it to a certain number, to absolutely no restrictions on the number or type of event, any day, including the weekends, year round, I do think that that affects the general welfare of persons in the neighborhood. So I think we should look closely at that proposal to amend number 11. And I think for the community, we can do better. I think, I'm not sure that that MCAL games and football, and these are all new. Branson didn't used to have a football league, that these games, big games, should be in on campus. Should they be at College of Marin or a neutral field? That would help preserve the neighborhood, helps with noise, helps with traffic. So that's, I think 11 is something that there's a lot of discussion and negotiation ahead of us. Councilmember Kircher and then Cool. Oh, and then Julie, sorry, and then McMillan.
In terms of my concerns, I had more concern about 11, frankly, than the traffic management plan. I'm not saying it maybe this doesn't merit a closer, more detailed look, but to me, the events are a bigger issue. But I don't think it's unlimited. I mean, as was stated, this is subject to a cap. So it's naturally going to be limited. If you're limited in terms of the number of car trips, then that's going to have an effect on the number of events and the size of the events. However, I think the conundrum for the council is that the base year is not a true base year, because the base year would be at a point where Branson was already holding, I think, far more events than were contemplated by the 1978 CUP. So what do we do about that? I do think athletic events are important. They're an important part of education for the girls and the boys. And I think it's an essential part of school. But these events do have a big impact. And so I think this is something that will take a little more work on our part.
Councilmember Cool.
I don't think 5 or 6 or 7 even football games on a Saturday afternoon, not night, afternoon, constitutes something that we ought to be prohibiting or even talking about. It's just something that's there. It's part of a school. We shouldn't tinker with it. And on a broader scale, let me say something that I've said many times before, that I think we are violating a very important principle, which is that government which governs least governs best.
Thank you. So Beach, you say it's part of the school, but actually before 2015, there weren't MCAL playoffs. There wasn't a football league. These are brand new games that were added in the past 5 years.
Yeah, but so what? I mean, my point is, so what? 5 to 7 Saturday afternoons, you have the noise of crowd cheering and maybe somebody talking on the microphone. I don't think that's a big deal. That doesn't interfere with people's enjoyment of their property.
Councilmember McMillan.
I think Branson probably, as the staff report points out, they increased their use. But I think also, the council wasn't really paying much attention as to what was going on at Branson either, right? I mean, this has been kind of creeping up, and nobody did anything about it. I wanted to ask Patrick if in negotiating with Branson, he raised trying to limit, given that the number of athletic events has increased by 87%, if he tried to negotiate with Branson to try to have a compromise, let's keep the limit at 45%. That's still 45% higher than whatever was going on in 1978. Is that something that is palatable to Branson?
And I'll let Meredith step in if she has more to add. But our conversation pretty quickly changed from regulating the number of athletic events to the frequency and occurrence of those athletic events. So I don't think the negotiations included, maybe reducing the number from the current amount, but maybe not as far down as was originally approved in 1978. And Meredith, if you have anything to add, please do.
I'll just say that we looked at other private schools and how they regulate this, and it tended to be by time of day.
I think it's just, there was an understanding in 1978 that Branson getting bigger shouldn't have a big impact on the neighborhood. And when there are, big increases in things like big major sporting events, the question is, does that just get grandfathered in, or should that, since more students are coming, should that be regularized or at least put back to some extent, because that was never the intention of 1978. And one other point, the traffic report does have this option that monitoring could be terminated. So if monitoring is terminated at some point, then there basically is no cap, and then there are no limits for the weekend sports. And so it could become even, there could be no limits. We're saying now the limit is the cap, but not if the monitoring ends, then there's no limit. So I think that this needs to be looked at more closely. I'm not sure that it's fair to the community, to the neighborhood, to have the increase in traffic and noise with big sports that's been recent. And it's something to discuss. Is that, should there be some rollback of that? Should some of those games be played at COM? Should there be some other field to play the bigger events? Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, sorry. I think that could bear some exploration with Branson. We could keep the hours because that's, a normal thing that most private schools have, but we could limit the number of playoff games or, big games that draw a lot of people and a lot of crowds. And I don't think we couldn't begin to try to think of what the limit would be. I think Branson would need to propose some type of limit based on, what their big playoff games are, or just move them to a neutral place.
I know basketball is at College of Marin. That's an option. Well, so I think 11, there's certainly an interest in working on 11. 12 is a little more confusing. I really couldn't quite figure out what the change is. So 1978 basically said the athletic facilities by outside groups isn't allowed. It's only by town permission. And 2022 says that Branson's proposal says the athletic facilities can be used by any group, pretty much any time in the afternoons during the school year, and anytime during the day on the weekends, and I think during the summer. So, I understand that Branson wants to be a good neighbor and open up its facilities. But is that in the town and the neighborhood's best interest to encourage different, outside groups to use the facilities? It's kind of it's like, great, that's really nice of Branson, but then the neighbors have to put up with the traffic. So I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do. It may be that Branson's going to be using its facilities so much that it's not going to be very impactful, but it seemed like it was kind of working all right before, that it says the use of athletic facilities by outside groups is only by town permission. And maybe in this one, since these are smaller groups and they're youth groups, we just grandfather in the ones who are using it. So CYO, to some extent, and if Ross Rec uses it, then just name them. But I'm not that comfortable using, hours for this, where it's basically, yes, any outside group, any time of day. I don't know if that's in the town's best interest. What we seem to do now seems to work. So I would just kind of clarify what we do, what's being done now. What are thoughts about that one? Councilmember McMillan.
Maybe Patrick can shed some light on the origin of this.
Yep, I'll just the purpose behind the change of provisions for that was pretty much based in enforcement. It's much more challenging for us as staff to keep track of what's allowed, what's not allowed, and then if there's complaints by neighbors that there's something occurring on campus, our recourse is to follow up and find out, was it Branson students, was it an outside organization? If it was an outside organization, was it one of the ones that the town had previously permitted? Where do we keep those records? By setting specific times of day, again, that question doesn't come up. It's not who's doing it and are they outside of their allowed parameters? It's if it's past 7:30 on a Wednesday during the school year, there shouldn't be anybody using the facilities, and so we can know that that's a clear violation. So it's really about enforcement, but there's no need for making the findings of the use permit to have it worded that way.
Yeah, I mean, because for me that it's doing it by those hours, which are basically daytime hours year round. I mean, it just opens it up to everybody and anything. And I feel like there should be some better limit, especially if there's a possibility that monitoring could disappear at some point. Then again, there's no cap anymore. Councilmember Breckus.
Well, it's 11:30 and here we are trying to go through a use permit. And I think it just shows that, this is an important discussion and one we should have, but if we were going off of the Breckus rule per my father, he would have said that we should have stopped this meeting at 10 because nobody can make good decisions after 10. And I think that this has more of a look at. Some of these provisions are changing things with no limitations because it's hours of operation. So they could literally set it up and just say, everybody and their brother who wants to rent this place can come in and rent it. And here are our hours of operation. And I don't think they're going to do that. And going back to Beach's comment about trust, this is going to be important. And I have faith that Branson wants to work with us and we want to work with Branson and we can get it right. And we can do so with other residents feeling like we didn't just say Branson, whatever goes. So it's a balance and this is what we need to do. And we need to have another meeting. And my belief is I'm not even prepared to go through every single one. I'll sit here and struggle with you all if you want to, but this is not ready for passing because we need to look at it closer. And I hope the people that have heard from us understand why we're trying to be careful and thoughtful about getting us to the right place. And I hope Branson meets us in what I think is the approach of the council of trying to get to the right place, but we need more time. And so my suggestion would be we continue it to a special meeting. We communicate with staff about various concerns and get them to look at those. And we try and close down some of these issues. It's my suggestion.
I agree that it's late and I agree that we don't make good decisions late. The idea of the suggestion of continuing it to a special meeting, I think seems really good. There might be just, like one or two quick things we could wrap up on the agenda if we need to approve the Transportation Authority of Marin grant. Well, we don't want to not approve money if we're about to get money. So we could do that vote, but maybe we should do that. Are you, the two other items that we haven't gone through, one is the use of amplified sound at Branson, and then the other was the suggestion that was made that should there be guidelines for summer use for the academic and the athletic facilities. Well, the athletic facilities are in 11 and 12, but should there be some summer guidelines at this point. There aren't now. So I think all of those things, I would be fine to continue this. What do you all think? And then Krista, if we continue it, what do we need to vote on tonight? Is it number 10? Is that the only thing we need to, we should take care of tonight? 10 is town council consideration of acceptance of transportation authority marine grant.
Yeah, let's just wait. We're still on the Branson item. So if we continue the Branson item, we'll move on with the other parts of the agenda after that. I think the question is whether or not we're going to continue the Branson item.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So we can just continue the Branson item and then finish our agenda. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So Councilmember Breckus, that's your suggestion. I think that's a good one. Councilmember McMillan?
So the point of continuing the meeting from right now would be to have a special meeting where we would continue to go through points, and then the staff would try to work with Branson and negotiate on the direction that we're giving. And then we probably have to have another meeting where whatever Branson had agreed to, we would have to approve, right?
Yeah,
let me just interject one thing that I've heard a couple of times. I just want to correct the record on. We're looking for your direction on these conditions of approval. And whatever that direction is, we will work with Branson to talk to them about what they're willing to do and what they're not willing to do. But ultimately, it's we want to hear from you all that direction, whether or not they are willing to do it. We have our own authority with the permit, the findings that we need to make to add conditions of approval. So I just want to make that clear.
So are some of those discussions can be like about the transportation item? I mean, that's our biggest, that's probably, well, that and number 11, I mean, we have discussed both of those. So Ben, is that something that could be discussed even though we haven't gotten to the last few?
I will leave it to Patrick to answer that question if he feels like he has enough direction and his team to have further internal dialogue about those conditions. Or Patrick, what would you suggest as far as any points for consideration that you like more feedback from the council on tonight?
Yeah, I do think that it's kind of, I think we've gotten some clear direction that we can try to anticipate if we were to put together a revised draft resolution. It does sound like for some of the conditions of approval, like like condition 11, there's still a lot of debate about the format that should take. So I do think we'll put together our best effort at addressing what we've heard so far, and I'm sure the applicant will be interested in maybe revising some of the materials that they've submitted based on the conversation that they've heard at this meeting.
I mean, I see this taking several meetings because there's a lot of give and take and a lot of back and forth, and there's a lot at stake. So I think there's no way around not having several, probably several meetings to kind of get a consensus from us and then work with Branson to see what they're okay with. Councilmember Breckus.
I mean, I'd like to see it buttoned up, possibly at the next meeting, if that's possible. But in my mind, what I don't understand is where this remote drop-off pickup is going to be, what the increase into driving into Ross is. I mean, I think I've listed what I think is really loosey-goosey. Hours of operation versus events, summer, the outlier events not being really well capped. There are things in the use permit, like about them not building bleachers. I mean, I don't know. Do they care? Do they want to build bleachers? I would be fine with them building bleachers. I'm not sure why that is even in there. I mean, so it's like, there should be more discussed because, I want it to work, but I also want to know what it is. So I don't want to come back. I don't want to hear in 5 years from now, oh, well, this use permit got buttoned up, but then nobody knows what was going to be allowed or not, and whether this is allowed or not. We just need to like put the parameters on it. And hours of operation where, you know, next thing you know, it could be used as a Buddhist camp retreat or a, you know, Kent school retreat or, you know, all these different groups that don't even exist now, right? And all of a sudden we have issues. I mean, the use permit, once we grant it, we can't pull it back. So it should be right. And it should be something that everybody can point to and look to and say, not open to debate, here's where our rights and here's what we said and everything else. And I felt like when I looked at that resolution, that it was too open-ended. And I also think that the buffer is not appropriate because I felt like the counting was not right because the outlier events got thrown out. And I also felt like I would never agree to a 60-day cure and to known 2-week events where they know when they're going to be counted. And then they're in March and April, and then 60 days puts you into summer. So it was just like, I mean, and also no, I don't think they should choose the consultant with town input. I think we should choose the consultant on their dime, just like any other planning item. And this does not have to be controversial. It's no different than what the use permit looks like for Magic, for Lagunitas Club. It's just due diligence by the town. So again, you know, this thing needs to be buttoned up a lot better than it has been. And I hope that with this, staff can go back and Branson can come and say, we want to be one and done with the next meeting. And so here's what we're willing to do. And it gives everybody the motivation incentive to make it happen.
But we haven't even talked about, you know, should there be summer guidelines, and what about the amplified? I mean, some things we don't even have a sense of the council. Oh, sorry, Krista Johnson, I didn't notice your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what would be helpful for me is, first, I have a quick question. So Patrick, right now, Branson is not allowed to have outside organizations use the facility unless the town approves, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and right now are the proposed conditions of approval that are attached to the draft reso state that they will continue to not be allowed. Is that correct?
No, it says anyone can be allowed as long as it's a youth group.
Yeah, so, and I do want to point out that the language in the proposal, in the proposed conditions of approval do specifically speak to use of athletic facilities for regularly scheduled practice, for Branson teams, or for outside organizations. And when we define outside organizations, we say that it's limited to youth-oriented organizations. So, but it does create allowance for the use of the facilities by outside organizations without town approval.
Okay, so what would be, Mayor, you asked the question of Patrick, what kind of direction would be useful, or Ben did, what kind of direction would be useful for us in order to be able to come back to you at the next meeting? And so for these particular issues, what I would be interested in knowing is the council, you know, are you really, what I'm hearing is you don't really want them to, you don't want other groups to use their facilities, with the exception of long time youth groups like CYO, right? And if that's the case, that really helps us to be able to go back and redo the, you know, edit up the, tighten up the conditions. But then the other thing is I have a burning question is the council, and does the council not, do you want to limit the use in the summertime and in the hours? I understand, I'm hearing your kind of hesitation with the hours of operation, but what also resonates with me is how do we enforce it? And it is very difficult to enforce which groups and what numbers of groups and how many, because we don't have the staff to be able to go back. It really would be the school reporting out. It would be very difficult for us if we get a call from a resident complaining that there's an event there, having to look down and figure it out who it is. So that's why hours of operation make it a lot easier for staff to enforce. And if you are willing to consider going down that path, but maybe what we have right now is too permissive, then what would be something that would be palatable for you? Would you prefer that instead of, like, Branson wants to be able to keep the hours of operation in the summer until 7:30 p.m. Perhaps that's too long. Maybe you guys want to cut it off at 5. That would be really useful information for me. And I don't know if Patrick has a response to that too.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean, that's helpful information, if that's the format that the council wants to take. But we also, we can, as was with this meeting, we're happy to draft a resolution, and then things like, if the format is okay, then things like, tweaking the hours of operation, that's something that can be done at the meeting as well. Then we could just adopt as amended.
You
So-
keep focusing on hours, and I don't know if all of us are on board with the hours, I mean.
That's what my concern is, and I think that's what
Enforcement is
Josh
difficult, but
alluding to.
if it's limited to CYO and Ross Rec, I mean, Branson can enforce that. Branson's the one who's going to be offering their fields to those groups. So I don't see enforcement to be a huge issue. If there's a call, then the town calls Branson and asks, hey, what's going on? And then, it shouldn't be that difficult. I just think it takes a little more thinking to figure out this hours of operation thing, because it feels like it's wide open. And as I keep pointing out, if this traffic plan has the possibility of monitoring being terminated, then there's no cap to the trips in perpetuity. And that's what we're being told is protecting the town and neighborhood with hours of operation is the cap. But maybe there isn't a cap if, there are a lot of ifs and thens, but I don't know, our system now, it hasn't been that bad that, there's certain numbers of events and certain groups who use it. And the overall intent is to keep a minimum impact on the neighborhood. And mostly it works pretty well, except neighbors have said these big new sports events are problematic, but otherwise it doesn't seem like it's been that bad of a system up until now.
May I point out though, that the hours of operation are also for the Branson, for the student
But the
groups.
hours that were listed are pretty much daylight hours, so it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, it's pretty much anytime during the day, which is kind of what's already happening.
Well, it doesn't get dark until like 9 p.m. in the summer. So if the council is okay with that, then.
I don't know that we've ever had complaints about summer night events. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we need to look into that. I mean, unless Branson's planning on, summer nighttime soccer, I don't know, like midnight basketball. I don't know. I mean, that just hasn't been a problem. So I'm not sure. I guess we want to make sure that, we have good guidelines, but I haven't ever seen that as a problem. I don't know.
Who
Julie,
are they going to call on a Saturday or Sunday to complain?
The police department.
And what's the police department going to do? That we're going to have to educate them to make decisions about whether there's a violation?
but are we actually getting calls about people complaining about who's using Branson's fields? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, that's why, I mean, kind of what works now has worked, except
Well, this is my point. We're trying to legislate all sorts of things that aren't problems.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's people have said there's a problem with the big sports events, but the other sports events, I'm not hearing any problems about. So I'm concerned about changing rules when I think they mostly work, except for people have pointed out this one instance where they don't work. I don't know, Julie, what do you think? Your hand's raised. Only we should move on and decide if we're going to Well, anyway, go ahead, Julie.
Well, I was going to bring up a totally different issue. If we're done with this other issue.
I think we're done for now. Go for it.
The issue I was going to bring up was raised by the staff report that Joe Chin did in November of 2019, which sets out the burdens to the town that Branson imposes on us as a nonprofit. I realize they're a nonprofit. You know, I know that they have not yet paid for the 2020 election or the staff time or the attorney time that went into having that election for Measure F. We have to be fiduciaries of the town, and if there's an opportunity for them to help us offset the burdens of having Branson in our community, I think that is something that should be explored.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm confused that we would have normally billed them for that. And you're saying that, because this is new news to me. We billed them.
They're not legally obliged to pay those costs. Like the public school, Ross School is obliged to pay the cost of an election. For some reason, a private entity isn't legally obliged to pay the cost. So Branson was asked and didn't pay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood. It's not that they were obligated to pay. It's that
Correct.
This is a voluntary payment.
Correct.
Well, I guess if it's a voluntary payment, it's voluntary. I mean, I don't like it, but you know, but I'm not sure that I would feel like it's appropriate to talk about that or tie it to it if it's a voluntary payment. On the other hand, I was understanding Julie, that you were saying, hey, we incurred this expense and they are obligated to pay and they didn't pay, but that's not what you're saying.
We better watch what we're doing on this subject. I mean, are we going to start charging everybody? Are we going to impose all kinds of conditions on the Art and Garden Center? They don't pay for all the police and fire protection they get.
Well, they don't have the same needs. I know there've been estimates.
Sure, they have more needs.
The Art and
They
Garden
have more
Center?
property.
I mean, those aren't the figures we've been given, but you are right, Beach. Branson is not obligated to pay, as a nonprofit, Branson is not obligated to pay for police and fire and public works services. But they do cost the town, I think, what was it, $160,000 to $180,000 a year or something.
But Julie,
I'm not sure where or how we bring that up, Julie, but that is something to bring up. And then, the other thing that we haven't talked about is, with an increase in enrollment, how do we look at summer school at Branson? They should be able to have summer programs, but do we want 420 students every week, or should summer school be, say, Branson teachers, Branson students, and maybe other regional high school students, but not, open up the summer to 420 middle school kids every week? I mean, it has never been. It was not addressed in 1978, presumably because summer school wasn't even contemplated in 1978. And high schools do summer school now, but it's something. Should there be some sort of, guidelines in this use permit, because there will be more students, and there could be 420 non-Branson students every week. And I don't know if that's what the town intended when they said, sure, go ahead with 100. So that's another thing just to consider that we need to talk about. So Ben, do you think we should then continue the Branson item until we can do a special meeting to see if some of these items can be tidied up a little bit, and then we see where they're tidied up, and then we keep going and just kind of chip away at it? Because I don't think this is so simple that it's just one and done. But I think with discussion to get the council's sense of how to make this work, working with Branson, and some back and forth, we can come up with a wonderful agreement that probably not everyone's going to be happy with, but they can work and serve Branson well and serve the town well. But I don't think it's going to happen immediately. But I do think we're best off continuing the Branson item because we're not going to get much further tonight. And then we can wrap up the rest of the agenda. Would others be in favor of that? Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, I would want it done as I would not want a lot more meetings. I'm hoping that the staff has received enough guidance and direction from us, and that Branson has been listening to what we've been saying, and there will be more, compromise on both sides. And then we can look at a revised resolution at the next meeting and do something concrete. That would be my preference.
You don't mind me just chiming in. At this point, I'm inclined for our staff recommendation to still include the hours of operation. I've been hearing, what's happening right now is working. We don't necessarily need to change it. But everyone's also in agreement that the school is probably in violation of the existing use permit. So without direction on how to amend those conditions so that we have something that would not be in violation, right now, the hours of operation seems like the best approach, but as I mentioned, it will be up to the council. You can modify those and tweak them, but that's
that just undoes all restrictions. I mean, I've already said, what I think. I don't think that's helpful at all. I think we should work on the existing one and enforce it and not say, oh, well, we can't enforce it, so let's just open it up to everything. I don't see that line of thinking.
We'll put our heads together and try to address that.
Maybe you could offer, two different positions. You offer some way of, backtracking some on the 1978 one, and then yours. But it isn't even yours. This was Branson's idea, right? That's what the communication said, that it was Branson's proposal to change item number 11. It wasn't the town's proposal.
It was staff's idea to change number 11. We asked Branson to provide their input based on their current operations, what they think would be appropriate. But you're right. We'll think creatively, and we'll come back to the council with some things to consider.
Councilmember Breckus?
I was just going to say, I agree. I think hours of operation without any limitations is not workable.
The one other thing, we didn't get to the item about amplified sound, but one concern I've heard is that, I don't think there should be any restrictions on indoor amplified sound, but outdoors, there have always been restrictions for athletic events, no amplified sound. And I think Branson uses amplified sound for some of their, graduation and things like that. But, given their space constraints now, there's a concern that some of their indoor events and performances will be moved outdoors, and they could have, amplified music for an entire afternoon of a program, which is like probably not in keeping with what, the original concern about amplified sound was. I don't think there was any outdoor amplified sound before. So I think that needs some looking at, to not just say, any program all afternoon can have amplified music as opposed to amplified announcements. I just think that we haven't had time to talk about that, but that's another, a change to 1978 that has some ramifications and hasn't been discussed yet. Councilmember Breckus, do you have your hand up? Oh, no, okay. Councilmember McMillan.
I'm sorry, I thought they confined it to 10 events. Is that number 13? Didn't they just confine it to 10 events? Amplified sound?
Yes, and the current condition only places the limitation on use of amplified sound on athletic events. So, so currently you have language that they could have other outdoor events that aren't athletic events that would have amplified sound, and your current conditions don't address that. So that's where we were trying to address that, and trying to identify. We initially identified sort of the names of events, but I think the language is suggested to be revised just to provide a number of events that aren't necessarily athletic events.
Right.
Okay. So if there aren't further comments, let's, do we need a motion to continue this, Ben?
Yes, motion to continue to, well.
Let's just
we
say a
have to-
special meeting.
A meeting based on when staff is ready to bring it back.
Okay.
I mean, it
Is-
could
And
be
I'll
a
just add,
special,
if it's not to a date certain, then we'll need to renotice. So it'll have to be we need 10 days notice. That's, and it takes a few days to put the notice together and get it sent out. So just keep
You
that in
need
mind.
a 10-day notice?
I'll move to continue.
I'll second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cole?
No.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
And the motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 opposed.
Krista, Town Manager Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. For our town attorney, if the public hearing is closed, is it remain closed even though it hasn't been continued to a date certain?
that's my understanding. Yes, I mean, the public hearing's closed. Every item on the agenda is under the Brown Act. Members of the public can speak for up to 3 minutes on an agenda item, but the actual public hearing's closed. Meaning there won't be a presentation and the back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on to item 10, Town Council consideration of acceptance of Transportation Authority Marine Grant and Consultant Services Agreement with Cool the Earth. Patrick, that's you.
Thank you, Mayor Robbins, members of the council. I'll be very brief. There's funding available. It was made available by Measure B, which was passed by voters in 2010. That funding is being distributed by the Transportation Authority of Marin, TAM, for educational purposes. Ross has been approached, as has every other Marin jurisdiction, to sign on to the Drive and Ride Clean campaign, which is put together by a nonprofit called Cool the Earth. And so staff is recommending that we accept the funds from TAM and we apply the funds to that program. There'll be no cost to the town, but it is environmental vehicle education, and it's in line with our most recently adopted town goal of environmental stewardship.
What do we need? What do we need to do for this item?
Just vote whether or not to go with the recommendation presented by staff.
Is there any discussion? And if not, is there a motion?
Oh, we first have to open up for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would any, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item?
Looks like we have 1 raised hand. Walter White.
Hi, my name is Walter Hartwell White. I live at 308 Negra Royal Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other members of the public, Linda?
Does not look like it, Mayor.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Beach, you can be the second.
Okay. So, I'm sorry.
I was going to comment just to let you know what this is about. Basically, all the towns are getting a share of this. And I'm not sure that there's been a formal agreement, but what's going to happen is this money is going to be given to Clear the Air. That's not the right name.
Cool the Earth.
Cool the Earth. And they're going to have some kind of a show or shows where they show some of the kinds of electric cars and electric bicycles that are available. And with that understanding, I'll second the motion.
Okay, let's take the vote then. Councilmember Breckus,
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
and Mayor Robbins.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Item 11, town council discussion and provide direction to staff on whether or not to explore the concept of potential intermittent community use of Ross School exterior restrooms. So Gretchen isn't
Ask a
here.
Question, we have 30 more minutes expected meeting per our estimate of time. Are any of these items that we can continue to the next council meeting?
This one could be really quick. Do people think it's a good idea to see if the restrooms could be opened up for, children playing on Ross Field weekends and afternoons, and we'd work out some agreement with the town, with the school? If that seems like, if that's appealing to people, then Krista can go ahead and investigate it. I personally think it's a great idea.
Did Krista want to add anything to this?
I'm looking for a direction, kind of thumbs up, thumbs down, take a little staff time and work with the superintendent and bring back details to the council, and probably a request for an appropriation.
Parents of the younger kids have been asking, could there be some bathrooms available at Ross Field? And the school said, sure, which surprised me. And it could be a pilot program, after school for an hour or two, and on Saturdays and Sundays, 10 to 4, something like that. And we'll just see how it goes.
My thumb is up.
Yeah, okay. Elizabeth?
I was going to say a pilot program seems more appropriate than.
That's what we're calling it, a pilot program. And Bill, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's that item. And then.
Madam
we
Mayor,
need-
just real quickly, open up for public comment to make sure.
Oh,
no
I'm
one-
so sorry. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
No hands raised.
Okay. The rest of it, what do you think, Krista? Can we just pass on maybe Beach and I can talk about number 12 at our meeting next week. And if anyone has any strategic planning suggestions, because it's going to be a month later now anyway, right?
We don't have a date set yet, but it will be in March.
Okay, so we can pass on that item because we don't need it for February's meeting, for February.
Well,
Yes?
I just want to say, if there is an interest in the council of doing anything drastically different than last year, than you've done in the past couple of years, then I would need to know now. So for example,
Okay.
I mean, some other communities do, some other councils want to do more visioning. I mean, I'm not suggesting that, but if you did want to do something different, it would merit more of a discussion. And I might need to plan for it, but otherwise I'll just kind of like stick to kind of what you did last year. And if you have any suggestions about logistics or kind of smaller suggestions, then I'm more than happy to receive your feedback at any time.
Okay,
Short and sweet.
fine.
Okay.
All right. Item 13, COVID continues. That's about it, right?
Yeah, and so far we just I'm still only know that Mill Valley is the only city that's meeting, any council that's meeting in person. So we do have several employees that are either undergoing quarantine for their personal health reasons or their family, or they've been in contact with people.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it
sure.
is affecting some of our turnaround time.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, with that, let's see, council correspondence. Did anybody get any emails this week? That was a
I got
joke.
quite a few.
Yeah, every 5 minutes.
Future council items. All right, with that, I will adjourn the meeting a little bit after midnight. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Patrick and Krista and Ben. This was quite a long haul.
Thank you, council.
All right. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Everybody,
Bye.
good night.